Good morning, colleagues. Is the sound okay there? Is it okay there? Okay. I'm not hearing it properly. But let's start. As long as you can hear me, we're good. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, Deputy Minister Dube Ncube. Good morning, DDGs present, all three of you, and Dr. DDG Fuchani, who's the acting DG for this meeting, colleagues from the department, members of parliament, or colleagues from the minister's office. Also the acting chief of staff, Braupa Budibe, colleagues from the committee, the support staff, and members of parliament. Just few apologies. The first one is the minister who's attending cabinet and has apologized because he's got an item in cabinet today. We also have the apology of the Deputy Minister Gondwe, who says that she's attending to an urgent meeting with the services SETA, and she's unable to attend. We have not seen her in a long time. We have not seen her since what? I don't remember if we've seen her since she appeared in July or August. Maybe we must write an email, Anel, to indicate that members in the executive are accountable to Parliament, and we must ask her if she thinks she's going to attend the committee. We also have the apology of the Director General, again, who's on leave. We have the apology of Honorable Khachau as she walks in. She had indicated that, she has indicated that finally she has also seen the traffic problems in Cape Town.
Order, that's a distortion.
Because there were road closures because of the budget speech later this afternoon. We have an apology of Honorable Ngubani, who will arrive late. Apology of Honorable Khabo, who will arrive late. We have an apology of Honorable Msezane, who says he's on a party political program of by-elections. We don't know where, but all we know is that they are going to lose those by-elections. Those are the apologies we have. An apology of Honorable Souls, who's attending the ad hoc committee today. And those are the apologies we have. Are they all? So the Deputy Minister Dube Ncube will lead the delegation. It's very important, Deputy Minister, that we have somebody from the executive leading this, because the reason why we have convened this meeting is because previously how Parliament was following up on resolutions on oversight was not effective. So we then changed how we want to do, we had a reform, if you may, of an oversight. You'd notice how we engage with those that we have invited. And we've also decided that when we do oversight, we invite the department because we want the department to listen to the issues that are being raised at those oversight, and then we give the department 3 months to come give us a status update on how far are they in resolving the issues that would have been raised in those oversights. So in October, we went to Kwazulu Natal. We had an oversight, the whole week oversight. Went to Elangeni TVET College, went to, what is that one in Umfolozi TVET College. We went to University of Kwazulu Natal. We went to DHET, interacted with them there at the precinct, and then we then had a session with the CT College, at the KZN CT College. Also did UniZulu, University of Zululand. So today we are coming to get feedback from the ministry and the department, because immediately after that oversight, we then wrote to branches that TVET branch, CT branch, and university branch on the issues that were raised. And so today we are getting a feedback on what is it that the department has done to resolve the issues that were raised there. University of KwaZulu-Natal Minister remains a challenge because when we were there, we requested them, we gave them 2 weeks to respond to us. They asked for more time, we gave them more time. They responded to us. And we're not happy with some of the responses we wrote to them. And in January, when they wrote to us, they had indicated that they don't want to, or they are unable to respond to some of the things that we have asked them. And they cited the letter that was written by the minister, which on the 10th of December, which had indicated that institutions must get permission from the ministry to respond to us, which in all honesty, the minister did write to us indicating that that is what he wants to do, but we responded to him and indicated that we are not amendable to that proposal because it is not supported by legislation, as the portfolio committee is empowered by the constitution and the legislation to do its work, including on the ministry and the department itself. What indicated constitutionally, Section 55 of the Constitution, especially Section 55 2B2, Section 56 of the Constitution, Section 92 subsection 2 of the Constitution. We also indicated legislatively Section 167 of the National Assembly Rules, where it indicated Section 227 of the National Assembly Rules does not support the content of that letter, where the minister will then request that before we interact with institutions, we must go through the ministry and the department. We wrote to him and indicated we're not amendable to that proposal, and therefore we're shocked when we got that letter that came from University of KwaZulu-Natal. We then wrote to the minister and indicated that the minister must withdraw that letter because it's going to create a problem. We have not received the response as far as that is concerned, and it's a worrying matter because for at least for those of us who they've watched the Zondo Commission and read the report, it would have indicated that this thing of capture comes in different forms. And if we're amendable to the letter of the minister, the portfolio committee would have, or Parliament would have been accused of being toothless and allowing the executive to run the show. So we will engage with the minister to withdraw that letter because, as I've said, it's not supported by both the constitution and by legislation. And then the other issue would have been the issue of Fort Hare. So we're getting feedback from the department. You'll remember that around October or so, Fort Hare lost infrastructure worth just over 300 million because there was a strike on campus, which personally I went there twice, and we had written to the council. We engaged with council there, Dr. Christians, and indicated to that council that their explanation on what caused the strike is not sufficient. You'll remember that there was a number of things or issues that were raised that caused the strike. The first one is that council allowed management, or management failed to hold elections, SRC elections on time, and management through their own processes are the only ones who can hold elections, and they failed to do so, and they allowed the term of office of the SRC to lapse. And when that lapsed, they then wanted to install their own appointed SRC, which exacerbated the situation. The issue that was also raised was the extension of the appointment of the Vice Chancellor, Vice Chancellor Buhlungu, where council extended the term of the Vice Chancellor beyond the retirement age, which according to them was in line with what they are expected to do. And they said the statute allows them to give somebody beyond the retirement age a contract, as long as it's a fixed term of contract, whilst they are recruiting. And this was in 2025. And but the big problem for us, which we raised with the council when we met with them, was the interpretation on the terms according to the statute. The statute of the University of Fort Hare indicates that a vice chancellor can only be given 2 terms or up to 2 terms, with the term being any contract not exceeding 5 years. And their explanation or interpretation, we still maintain our point that it was flawed, because they said the second term that they gave him was 2.5 years up to the retirement age, and the term that started in September 2025 was a continuation of their contract because of how they understand or interpret the clause that says up to 5 years. We disagreed with them because it does not make sense. They told us that they went to get a legal opinion. We saw the legal opinion. The legal opinion in itself is flawed because they are saying because council has the right to extend or to change the statute, they were right in extending because they can go back retrospectively and change the statute, which we believe legally that doesn't make sense. But what came out was the conflict of interest of that legal opinion. The senior counsel that was sourced, in fact, when we were there, we asked them, how did you source the legal advice, Dr. Christians? And they said that they asked their legal division to sources. And we said that on itself for council was quite flawed because this legal division reports ultimately to the same vice chancellor. And you are saying they must go and get an opinion about their boss. And we said for us, for corporate governance, it doesn't make sense. Council should have went themselves and gotten that legal opinion themselves, to avoid a conflict of interest. Little did we know that indeed there was conflict of interest because the senior counsel that was then sourced when we did desktop research, we then found that he himself was conflicted because he serves in one of the advisory bodies with the same vice chancellor that he gave an opinion on. And we believe that that legal opinion should not be used because it doesn't make sense. So we then wrote to the ministry and indicated all of these things, including the fact that we believe that if council exercised their power over management, that strike could have been averted. 300 million plus worth of infrastructure could have been saved. And we then said the minister must check the fitness to hold office of that particular council. So today we will get feedback on how far are we with the department and ministry in resolving the two issues, the one of Fort Hare and the oversight implementation of the recommendations we gave them in Kwazulu Natal. So that is the purpose of the meeting. I thought I must just, I know I took a bit of time, but I needed to clarify why we have this meeting. So today, members, because of we have a budget speech at 2, so we'll allow members and everybody else to introduce themselves when they are about to speak. When it's members, they will then, before they speak, they will then ask questions. If it's you, as I'm going to give to you now, Deputy Minister Dube Ngube, as you lead the presentation, you'll introduce yourself, and whoever then comes after you, which is supposed to be the acting DG, will also do the same, and colleagues will then introduce themselves as and when they are they're expected to either answer question or ask question if they are members. Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. Over to yourself.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning to you, Chair, honourable members of the committee, the senior management in the department, the acting DG of the department, and all the honourable members. Chair, thank you for the opportunity to brief the committee on the progress that has been made since the last oversight visit by the committee to the various institutions. I do want to begin by reaffirming, Chair, the department's commitment to strengthening governance and infrastructure oversight and the student safety across the post-school education and training system. This provides us with a clear opportunity to reflect on the quality of accountability relationships with the universities, colleges, and all the institutions. Chairperson, I must also say that as we had committed as the department last year, that we will be strengthening our own oversight role over the institutions. We have begun in earnest in ensuring that we strengthen our oversight role as the department, but also we will be putting a framework in place, our oversight framework model, so that we ensure that at any given time, the department is in touch with what is happening within our PSET system, but also we are in support of the work that has been done by various institutions. Honourable members, the Portfolio Committee's recommendations are taken very seriously by the department, and we will address all the issues as raised by the members in the reports, issues of student safety and dignity, issues of institutional governance, infrastructure integrity, financial accountability, and the restoration of trust amongst all the stakeholders. Universities, honorable members, as you would understand, that they are what we would call semi-autonomous institutions governed by their councils. However, the department exercises the oversight role under the Higher Education Act, and I don't want to belabor the point because this matter has been discussed by this committee at length, and as a result, the Higher Education Act is being amended to allow for more accountability in terms of these institutions. Our responsibility is also to ensure that institutions meet the governance, financial and safety standards, and where necessary, we intervene within the limits of the law. I'm pleased, honourable members, to provide you with an overview of today's departmental engagements with these 4 universities that has been mentioned by the honourable chairperson. Despite the relatively short space of time, honourable members, between the portfolio committee's visits and the start of this academic year, we can safely say that there is considerable progress on the work that has been done. And we look forward to continued robust engagements on all these issues towards a stronger higher education system that offers a quality learning experience to all our young people. The presentation, honourable members, will provide more detail about the developments since the Portfolio Committee's institutional visits in October 2025. And going forward, the department will continue to engage with the UKZN on the legal recoveries and the compliance matters as the chairperson has raised, monitor the UFMH maintenance and governance stabilization, strengthening infrastructure oversight framework, encourage improved contractor due diligence across the sector, and balance the institutional autonomy within the public accountability realm. Chairperson and honourable members, the issues raised by the committee reflect a systemic infrastructure and governance challenges that requires a coordinated institutional and departmental effort. And I'm happy, honourable members, to say that we have begun really as a department to rigorously also review our own structural, governance, matters. And we will be seeing, some corrective actions at both institutions and at the departmental level, although, challenges still remains. We are, committed, honourable members, to ensuring that we stabilize areas where there has been some sort of instability, but also where there had been lack of accountability or there has been issues that have been raised or flagged by the honourable members. Those matters will be addressed as we had committed. So I think, honourable members, without really taking too much time or going to the summary myself, because of time, I would give to the acting DG to take us through the presentation. As you said, honourable members, we want to introduce the whole delegation. They will introduce themselves as and when they are doing their own presentation. I was hoping that we will do one presentation and then take the questions instead of having each branch doing its own presentation for the sake of time, but also for our understanding of collective responsibility that has got to be taken at the DG level. Thanks, Chair.
No, thank you, Acting DG. We've got an hour.
Thank you very much. Thanks to the Honourable Deputy Minister. Good morning, Honourable Deputy Minister, Honourable Chair, Honourable members, the colleagues and parliamentary management and staff. Honourable Chair, In the interest of going straight into the detail, first let me thank the Honourable Deputy Minister for laying a solid foundation to the presentations that we are going to make today, and giving clear direction in terms of the matters that we are going to be covering. And let me again reiterate our appreciation for the oversight that was conducted from the 6th to the 10th of October in the institutions as highlighted. Honourable Chair and members, let me also indicate that immediately after the oversight visits that were conducted, the PSET institutions entered into the examination period, which in the department during that period we focus mainly on supporting the examination processes. And thereafter, Honourable Chair, we then moved into the new academic year of 2026. We do have progress to report as indicated by the Honourable Deputy Minister. And Honourable Chair and Honourable members of the Portfolio Committee, the respective branch heads are going to give the presentation, and we are going to make sure that it is seamless. We'll start with the university branch, and I'm going to flight the presentation on the screen. And because the presentation is on one MS PowerPoint, I will then immediately follow. And then lastly, it will be DDG Zungu for the TVET colleges. Can I indicate upfront, Honourable Chair and Honourable members, that on this PowerPoint presentation, the presentation for TVET is not included. However, DDG Zungu will speak to that. Can we start with Professor Lewin? Can I please ask colleagues to be mindful of time?
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Acting DG. Morning to the Honourable Deputy Minister, to the Chair and Honourable members of the Portfolio Committee, and to my colleagues, the DDGs and the Acting DG. I'm here with some colleagues from the branch. Mr. Malisela, who is from the governance unit, is sitting behind me. Mr. Tiamo Moleme, I think many of these colleagues, you know them well. Tiamo is actually responsible for the Sibusiso Bengu development program, but also has a lot of institutional knowledge and continues to work on infrastructure matters. And Ms. Putu Mampane, who is the Deputy Director for Management Support. And together, these colleagues have helped me to put this presentation together, given some of the absences in my own knowledge about what oversight we have conducted as a branch in particular. So I think we must appreciate, Chairperson, the reports, the very detailed reports that the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee produced on the institutions, which has been extremely useful for us in understanding the areas of concern, which in particular relate very much to infrastructure and the related issues that, whether it's student accommodation, whether it's issues of safety and security of students, and then also some of the governance matters that have been raised, some of the observations around stakeholder relationships at the university. So from a personal point of view, I found those reports really extremely useful. And hopefully we can give as comprehensive a picture as possible without also giving the impression that we've spent the last 3 months sitting in a room with those institutions, which would not be the case. Those reports, as I said, have been very useful, and we are here to report, as we understand it, on the oversight that we have provided as a department with the support of our deputy ministers and minister since then, the recommendations. Just to say that the timing is the 3-month, Chair, the 3-month issue is well noted. Unfortunately, this particular 3 months coincided with the examinations period of universities and the closure of the academic year, and then the opening of the academic year, which, as you know, has been a very busy one, relatively peaceful, despite the many problems that exist. But given that we've had our political leadership on the ground for that entire period. It's been a relatively peaceful period. So what we're including in this report are engagements between the department and the institutions concerned, as well as some of the information that's been gathered from these oversight visits that have happened in the last month or so, and also some of the ongoing reporting. And I must indicate that I do not, in the branch, we do not have responsibility for either infrastructure coordination or oversight currently as the branch. But we have included this information because we are here representing the full department. And it is linked to regular engagement that we have with the department and the universities. And there is a link between the funding that we provide for teaching and learning and for infrastructural support. So just to put it in context, also to say that our oversight is not it's consistent, but it is guided by the 2014 reporting regulations. And honourable members may know that these reporting regulations are currently under review. And this reporting includes the analysis of the annual reports of the universities, as well as what we do in a lot of detail is look at governance trends and financial health. This allows us to pick up problems, but it is not the only way in which we pick up problems at institutions. And earmark grants, which are the grants that go for a range of transformational purposes to universities, have their own oversight mechanisms, and they have their own specific reporting frames and time frames. But infrastructure monitoring currently is conducted by the Office of the Director General. But it hasn't always been that way. And the recommendations that we also acknowledge that the recommendations from the Portfolio Committee are the primary responsibility of the universities themselves, but our role as the department is to provide support and to provide at times intensive monitoring in some areas. And so that's where we are coming from in presenting this report. And just to also acknowledge, colleagues, that where there may be gaps, and I do acknowledge that there are indeed gaps in some of the areas, we are committed, as the DM has already pointed out, that we're committed to continue to engage with institutions, providing oversight on the range of issues that the Portfolio Committee has raised. This is, of course, subject to the understanding that university councils hold the governance responsibility for holding university management teams accountable for their ongoing work. And I've already told you about the academic year. So just in terms of UniZulu as a start, there's no particular order here. That the oversight visit to UniZulu had a very, very particular focus on issues of infrastructure, and there was great concern about the Africa complex, and the Portfolio Committee made very specific recommendations about the Africa complex and how it should be decommissioned, and that the university really needs to pay attention to providing alternative and safe accommodation for students in this complex, and there were urgent repairs required at the Cyril Vuyani-Gamede building on the Richards Bay campus. Some real concerns about fire outbreaks and poor ventilation and very difficult living conditions. Concerns were also raised about the transport arrangements. Those of you know UniZulu will know that the fencing issue at the university is open. An open campus in a sense because of how the land use arrangement is, and there's concern that the minibus taxis coming onto campus accessing the university premises is a danger for the safety of students and staff. And then there was also a recommendation about public-private partnerships at UniZulu. So that's what happened at UniZulu. At UKZN, I think a great deal of discussion around the issue of the SHIP project and the abandoned 100-bed student residence, and the concern about the fact that there's outstanding work that hasn't been done and remains incomplete. Also, a great deal of concern about the Oval student residence and the occupancy certificate required for that, and a concern from the Portfolio Committee that the university was not paying proper attention to issues of student residences, and the need actually in this particular case to litigate against the company involved, given some of the shortcomings in that project. And then also a very big concern around the maintenance of old student residences, the occupancy certificates. Another area of concern at UKZN relates to the labour relations at the university and concern that there are perhaps problems in this space. And then, of course, a big concern about high levels of student debt affecting the university's finances, as well as the financial sustainability of the university in the long term, and the need for reconciling the closeout report between NSFAS and the university, which is also causing huge problems for the university's financial situation. There was also a direct issue raised about the secondment of a service provider as the Director for Risk Management Services. And the feeling of the portfolio committee was that this should be re-advertised and filled in accordance with the recruitment policy of the university. So we do have some very firm answers on all of these issues, and happy to see that the university has been responsive to these recommendations. On DUT, the university should strengthen its infrastructure and project management unit to ensure that infrastructure development projects are completed efficiently on time and within budget. This is a concern, honestly, across a number of universities, and it's a very fair point that universities need to be paying attention to this. The university should ensure that all service providers responsible for the poor workmanship in relation to project DUT 355 are held fully accountable. And this is a particular project that the university needs to provide some response on, that the service providers should be identified and appropriate sanctions applied, and where possible named and blacklisted from conducting business with other public institutions, given the concerns about what happened with relation to that project. And then there's also a concern that there's not adequate monitoring of off-campus accommodation and its accreditation process, and a concern that this is something that both the SRC and the university management should be monitoring better to have a better sense of where things are in a bad condition. A concern about the student wellness and support services, particularly in relation to mental health, and also I believe that there were issues of gender-based violence that were also raised as a matter of concern at the university. And we have received some reports from the university on work that's being done there. And another concern, again, and not a concern limited to DUT, but one about improving the relationship with organized labor, as sometimes these tensions do tend to spill out into the public domain. And the university should fill its fiduciary duties in accordance with the applicable legal framework for the benefit of the university. So concerns there about the governance level, and particularly I'm imagining that related in particular to the DUT 355 project. There was also a specific recommendation around the university statute that should be amended. I don't have the exact details on that, but I am aware that the university has started on that process. The University Council of Fort Hare obviously was visited specifically on its own, not as part of a broader visit to the province. And the chairperson has already indicated some of the big concerns around governance and that relate to the contract of the VC at Fort Hare. Again, another issue which seems to recur across institutions, a concern about stakeholder engagement and the communication that takes place within the university, and a feeling that there is a lack of communication or weak communication within the university, and also concern that perhaps there is victimization of students and workers who raise issues with the university management. And then also, as the chair has already pointed out, a number of concerns related to the SRC elections and the SRC leadership and the way in which they've been engaged with. Management must implement comprehensive measures to enhance the safety and security of students and staff. Obviously, this is a major issue of concern given what happened at Fort Hare with the burnt buildings and really difficult situation there. concerned about, excuse me, Chair, the security personnel at the university and the
know
job
when
that
you
they
are-
are able to do.
Dr. Lewin, I was saying, I know when you are speaking about Fort Hare, something must go through your...
It's a very famous and important university. We don't want it to choke.
Even CBI yesterday in the Madlanga Commission was talking about Fort Hare, so
Oh, it was. I missed that.
yeah, it's bad. Trump made...
Can we not bring Madlanga Commission chairperson? Okay, but let me move quickly on the recommendations because, honourable members, you know these recommendations because you made them, and many of you were present at that meeting. But there are concerns about, in general, the unification or the unified position of stakeholders at Fort Hare, and concerns about the democratic space at the university, but also really very important concerns about oversight of maintenance and fixing at the residences, and some very, very specific recommendations about repairs that needed to be done, about failures in some of the residences, about what was witnessed when the honourable members visited Fort Hare, and also a structural assessment actually of the new student residences. So some big concerns there that really require us to pay attention to the infrastructure issues. Obviously, at the time, there was also a big concern about the progress in the academic year, given the dramatic fires that had taken place at the university, and university was involved in restoring the academic project after that happened, and the shock at the university at the time. So we are happy to say that the university was able to complete the academic year successfully, even though those gaps and the after effects of that fire still lingers in terms of both the infrastructure damage, but also the lack of certainty about what actually happened and who should be held accountable for that. University of Zululand, because now I'm telling you about our oversight. Decommissioned the Africa Complex residence in response to the request of the Portfolio Committee, and the holiday period was used to intensively conduct maintenance in the residence identified. I apologize given that I don't have pictures for you, but we as the department have received some photographs from the infrastructure team, and we will be looking at that in greater depth and making sure that we are actually happy about the level of depth of the work that's been done. And so a lot of things happened during the period. I know that there were also machines that had to be purchased and installed, and this has been done at the student complex, at Nikiza student residence, at the Cyril Vianney Building, G Block, and at in relation to campus security and perimeter control. We are happy that the university has been very responsive on this, but I do have to say that as far as I'm aware, and colleagues will correct me, there hasn't been an actual visit at this point in the year. We are aware that I think the Deputy Minister was at UniZulu, but I doubt that there was time for DM to actually, to double check on all of these things, because those meetings that have happened over the past month have been focused on teaching and learning and on admissions and registration processes. So as I've said, the Africa Complex residence has been decommissioned, as the committee advised. The issue of the transport, according to the university, they are aware of the concerns related to this. They are addressing the transport issues through their own security management protocols. They indicate that many of those taxis are transporting staff members onto campus, and they do know who those taxis are. So this is something that they need to address on an ongoing basis through the transport issues. In terms of the accommodation issues, the university is part of the pilot project administered by NSFAS in terms of the accreditation and payment of service providers. There have been really big concerns during 2025 about one of the NSFAS accredited residences, and so the management has been engaging with NSFAS and has actually taken the initiative to accommodate students in other spaces, in university residences. But this is an issue, Chairperson, that we have across other campuses, and NSFAS is fully responsible for the accreditation of private residences, which does put universities in a difficult situation in terms of dealing with it. And this is a serious policy issue, Chair, that I think we need to address in consultation with NSFAS and the universities this year, to properly get a sense of what is happening in some of the accommodation spaces, and really try and find a way of administering the process that is in the students' best interests and allows the universities to play a role as well. And then just in terms of the recommendation around public-private partnerships, the experience of the department in this area is extremely mixed, Chairperson. There have been some very difficult examples of PPPs within the university sector. I don't have all of those. I know some of them offhand from previous engagement. But what the university is interested in doing is they are undertaking a benchmarking process relating to the fact that they are aware they need to grow the student accommodation space, and they're looking at long-term land lease opportunities, and they are also exploring public-private partnerships, but they are doing so within the context of this benchmarking process. Just in terms of Durban University of Technology, and in this, Chairperson, I am exhibiting that as a department we are pulling our oversight together a little bit at the last minute in relation to DHET, because I only received some of the responses yesterday. But they are indicating to us that, and this, so Chairperson, we acknowledge that this is something that requires further engagement with DHET. But they are indicating that they have started with the process of holding service providers accountable, who worked on the DUT 355 project. They issued the contractor with a termination letter, and they have further instituted a process to recover or claim for the damages suffered as a result. There's also an arbitration process underway, Chair, and they will follow this with an analysis of all other service providers who may have contributed. So, Chair, I acknowledge that I don't have full information on this issue, but this is something that the department will keep a close eye on. They have also given us a detailed report on some of the student residences, and so they have shown that they are being responsible to the issues that the portfolio committee raised, and they have had detailed visits with students and staff at the university to look at some of these residences. We've received the reports. We need to analyze them in depth and make sure that we address some of the issues, whether they need to be addressed with NSFAS or whether they need to be addressed directly with the university is something that, Chair, I don't have the answer to at the moment, but something that we are able to look at now that we have some reports from the university. They've also given us a detailed report on gender-based violence and interventions, which we need to interrogate in relation to the policy frameworks around that, and to see if there are particular concerns. This is a sectoral issue that we need to address at a policy level, but also in partnership with our partners such as Hare Health. So this is something we're looking at. And again, I have to say that I'm not up to date on the university statute issues. If there are questions, we may be able to answer them as a team. But the process to review the university statute as recommended by the Portfolio Committee has started in 2026. And I will certainly personally want to get an update on this from the university directly to make sure that they're addressing the range of issues that the Portfolio Committee had raised. Labour-related issues, DUT has started the process of building relationships with unions. One would imagine that the relationships with unions have always been there and they're ongoing. So maybe that's not the right way of saying it, but they are currently engaging with the CCMA on issues relating to the recognition agreement and the membership status. And they have a CCMA commissioner who's helping the university with this. And they have a labour management consultative forum and expect that they need to do further work on this. And again, DUT is another institution with serious historic debt issues. At the moment, historic debt is over 2 billion rand. Sorry, Chair.
What you're presenting is not there.
No.
The chair wants to know where can he read
I can,
what you are talking about.
Chairperson, I can give you this report, but that's why I'm telling you I only got it yesterday. So I wanted to give you an update. Yeah. So I'm acknowledging, Chair, the weaknesses in our own oversight process. Sorry, Chair. Sorry, Deputy Minister. But we didn't want to give you nothing on this. So that's duty. Forgive me if I will give you that information, Chair, afterwards. In terms of UKZN, and Deputy Minister, you may please do come in if you want to add on anything, because I know that you visited the university yesterday. So the big concern at UKZN was this abandoned 100-student bed residence. What's happened in relation to that is that the university terminated the contractor, and there's a process around a series of remedial and disciplinary actions to address both the financial exposure of the university and the governance lapses associated with the project. And I believe that this relates to staff that were involved in starting this project. What they've done in terms of institutional safeguards is looking at ways in which they might be able to consider the contractor for blacklisting from future university tenders. Oh, okay. And then oval student residences, I think this was a big issue. Unfortunately, Chair, there's a lot of detail in these reports. So I will try and, let me just try and be quick. There's a very complicated legal process around oval student residences. We've only summarized it here, but the university is working very hard at this, and they have had to get quite a lot of legal advice on any claim, and they have been quite pragmatic about what they do, rather than going for litigation, that where they were advised there was a weak chance of success. They have tried to address it, but they are trying to manage both the financial, the legal, and the responsibility to make sure they hold people accountable for work that was not done, and work that was done badly. The issue of the secondment of the service provider has been raised, and they've provided detailed response on this. We do acknowledge that the council is the employer. The university has reported that actually there have been very, very positive results in engaging the Director of Risk Management Services. They had a deviation at the time, and they've been able to account for that deviation, which is legally sound. And there were extraordinary circumstances at the time which rendered the standard procurement procedures impractical. So we are happy with the report of the university, but we are obviously aware that there are concerns. Unfortunately, I have to rush through these very detailed issues. The main issue at UKZN is that they are involved in this comprehensive project renewal, which has a substantive area focusing on financial sustainability and stability, and also strengthening governance and rebuilding the conditions for a research-intensive university and a strong academic project. In terms of Fort Hare, we have a number of recommendations around the infrastructure. The structural inspection has been done as requested, and repairs are underway in relation to the reports of the structural engineers. None of the residences have been decommissioned, but we are assured by the university that the maintenance services are being addressed. And we do have pictures from the student leaders that are being posted all over Facebook. And we have ourselves received pictures that show that since the August visit of the department, there's been substantial attention paid to the maintenance issues in the residences. And so we are, it is something we need to keep a close eye on, but it is something that we are happy the university is addressing. But the longer term issues around the maintenance backlog will not be resolved immediately. And what we are also looking at is in working with the university to try and identify how we can provide close monitoring and support to the university, but also providing for them to access peer support through other institutions. Governance structures, Chair, let me just talk a bit about this a little bit. I don't have all the detail of the correspondence between the portfolio committee and in terms of the issues of the new Vice Chancellor, but what I will say is that we are aware that the recruitment process of a new Vice Chancellor is underway. What we are very concerned about as a department is that we allow that process to take place to ensure that the university remains stable. a university is not run by one person, but the recruitment of a vice chancellor is an important process. And our concern is to ensure that that process is properly conducted and that the university remains stable at that time. I have not seen the legal opinion myself, Chair, about the conflict of interest, but I am reassured that the process is underway. And I think that we need to keep a close eye on it, Chair. And obviously, as I get updates, we will see if there's a need for us to engage. Post-retirement contracts are not unusual in the public service for up to a 2-year process, but I agree that I understand that there is some legal conflict around whether that's the case or not. The stakeholder relationships are an issue of concern. Insourcing of staff is an issue of concern. The university has indicated that this has financial implications that would take them above the required levels of staffing costs. And we have received an update on the progress with regards to the recovery plan. This is the specific recovery plan going in relation to the fire and the issues that took place in October. But given that the insurance process is underway and the sort of investigative processes are underway, we do not have enough detail on this to provide a good conclusion. And then my last slide, Chair, sorry for taking everyone else's time, that we have advised UKZN on the residence issues and the occupancy certificates issues, and our infrastructure team is continuing to engage with UKZN on this. The department has advised a number of institutions on how it can avoid appointing contractors who end up abandoning projects or don't perform well. And this is something that we need to bring back in terms of our macro infrastructure support program, so that we're actually able to give universities effective support and detailed support and advice on these issues. For Hare, we are confident that they are addressing the maintenance issues as well as those at UniZulu, but we need to keep a very close eye on that, particularly given the restoration needed after the fire in October. And Chairperson, acknowledging some of our gaps in oversight and the relatively short time frames, we apologize, but we commit as a department to ongoing engagement and oversight with our universities and to ongoing communication between the universities and the department and ongoing communication with yourselves. Chair, thanks.
Through you, Chair, my apologies, we'll allow DDG Zungu to cover TVETs. I'll come after that. DDG Zungu, please be conscious of time. Don't take as long as Prof. Lewin.
No, thank you very much, and greetings, Honourable Chair, Honourable Deputy Minister, and Honourable members and colleagues. I will try to be as brief as possible, because we do believe that the reports that were submitted have been read through the Secretariat. So we have provided and made some follow-ups since the oversight visit by the Portfolio Committee in 2 institutions in KZN, that's Umfolozi TVET College, as well as Elangeni TVET College. There is a comprehensive report that was submitted to the Secretariat that provides all the annexures covering safety, finance, and infrastructure. The committee had also raised the issue around the report, a detailed report on gender-based violence cases, as well as the student support services records. Indeed, we did get a full report from the Higher Health with all the statistics, and that report was also submitted. There was an issue around the legal fee disclosures that has also been submitted. The college did immediately after the visit, I think a day after that, they had a meeting with council and management, and the procurement plans for 2026 were then provided and tabled to the management, and I think those also has been shared. Next slide. In relation to the infrastructure stability and student welfare, the college has highlighted some challenges in relation to the funding. However, they have begun with some refurbishment in some of their campuses, particularly those that have got residencies. There was a concern in terms of the furniture at Nkandla TVET, campus, and I think that has also been addressed. They've even sent the officials that are responsible for the handling of the food for the students. And we have seen also in one of their submissions that they even sent pictures to show us how food is now handled after the visit of the portfolio committee. So there was an issue on the heating and kitchen procurement processes that has also been addressed by the college since after the visit. Next slide. In relation to the CIG, we have an independent audit that was conducted on all CIG funded projects, and the audit findings reflected no adverse outcome on or financial irregularities from the college side, but also the fact that the projects recorded on National Treasury Infrastructure Reporting Model, the IRM. The department continues structured financial and performance monitoring. As of about 2 weeks ago, we had our officials that visited the college to monitor this, and no evidence before the Department of CIG misappropriation. Next slide. The next college is Elangeni. There were issues around the security measures and institutional stability. In relation to security, the college implemented the security measures following the subscribe intelligence threat assessment, and the council did provide approval in response to credible criminal threats. The exposure of ghost employees and nullification of irregular posts, we believe that this is what has caused the threats to the management of the college, because it was a big finding on the side of the management that there were so many ghost employees within that with that college. It also led to the incident that included the petrol bomb attack and vandalism in some of the facilities of the college, and the principal as well, that has been threatened for quite some time. Next slide. The ghost employees and irregular appointments that were identified internally, that was back in 2020. I see the slides is not moving. Thank you. That then led to the immediate suspension and the disciplinary processes and the dismissal that was executed by management. There is the criminal case that was opened. The case number has been provided, and it's now sitting with the NPA. The financial exposure that relates to these ghost employees amounted to just above 7 million. That related or relates to irregular appointments, and another 1.8 million that relates to the ghost employees. So those are the matters that are currently sitting with the NPA. We have tried to assist the college in ensuring that we demonstrate corrective governance and referral to justice systems. Next slide. The other issue was the 37% allowance in lieu of benefits policy context, where employees were alleging that the management has actually compelled them to take or certain benefits which were not according to their own choices. And the college has provided a report in terms of the historic post-2015 migration arrangements that were affecting almost all our colleges with the migration process. The union at the college has been engaged, and there are ongoing engagements between the council, because some of these, in fact, all of them, are college employees that are supposed to be getting their benefits or conditions of service through council. So employees granted choice between structured benefits or take the 37% allowance. We have got a report from the institution that there is no unilateral imposition. Employees are allowed to make their own choices in that respect. The matter is regarded as administratively concluded. On safety, student safety, there was an incident that was addressed through parental engagement and case management. The risk arises primarily from an uncredited private accommodation providers. And there is a sector-wide policy challenge requiring coordination with NSFAS and municipalities and law enforcement. But institutions are now closer to these processes because when it was pronounced that NSFAS is going to be running these processes, I think institutions did not play much role in ensuring that these are closely monitored by the officials of the colleges and student leadership. But through our recent visit, we have seen improvement in terms of, institutions getting closer to those processes. Next slide. As a department, we have, through our assessment, we have seen that there was full compliance with the committee information that was requested, and we hope that all the required information was submitted to the Secretariat as requested. Again, the financial transparency and infrastructure reporting provided, yes, Honorable Chair, there are still challenges in terms of the, particularly the CIG that has been subsequently reduced and therefore makes it difficult for the refurbishments of these campuses. The ongoing governance monitoring in both institutions, we are sending our teams to monitor these institutions, even those that have not been visited by the portfolio committee at this point in time. We have seen, particularly in the Eastern Cape, that all college councils have now embarked on also doing their own oversight visits to see that indeed everything is in order in the institutions. Where weaknesses were identified, corrective steps have been taken, but also where criminal conduct was detected, matters were referred to law enforcement, and the department remains focused on governance integrity, student safety, and quality education delivery. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, DDG Zungu. Through you, Chair, I'm going to give the brief update in terms of Kwazulu Natal City College that was visited by the portfolio committee. The matters that were raised were around the forensic and the preliminary investigation, matters around governance and management, student support and wellness, and issues on infrastructure as well as visibility of the sector. In terms of the preliminary investigation, that was completed and recommendations are currently being implemented. Amongst those recommendations whether implemented was that there was a recommendation for a full forensic investigation, and the department is in the process of procuring a service provider in terms of the full forensic investigation. I must indicate that though the department has taken heed as well to implement recommendations from the preliminary investigation. For an example, the preliminary investigation has issued some action steps that must be taken in terms of strengthening the finance and supply chain unit of the college, and the city branch through the Chief Directorate responsible for finance is implementing that. The other recommendation that has been made is in relation to starting disciplinary processes on the principal. The principal has been served with a charge sheet, and the disciplinary processes against the principal have commenced as well. I must also indicate that the principal has interdicted the department from implementing the preliminary investigation report, and legal services is attending to the matter. I'm not going to go into detail in terms of the support that the department is providing in terms of the finance unit of the college, but meetings have already been held with the college and meetings are continuing. In relation to the two deputy principal posts that are vacant, there's a deputy principal finance and deputy principal academic that are vacant. The deputy principal academic has been advertised, and the deputy principal finance, she vacated a post at the end of last year, and the process for the advertisement of that position is undertaken by HRM. In terms of council, as with all the college councils for the sector, the council came to an end in October, which is the same month that the portfolio committee conducted the oversight visit. The minister did invoke Section 7A and B of the City Act and appointed the Northern Cape City College to oversee all councils across the country, and that included the KZN CET College as well. I've reported in terms of the vacancies of the 2 deputy principal posts. When SRC spoke at the meeting of the oversight of the portfolio committee, their concerns were regarding support for students with special needs. I must indicate that there is a budget allocation for students with special needs, and that is through the funding norms of CET colleges, and the branch is assisting the college to make sure that they use the funding available to assist those students with special needs. In addition to that, the college is being assisted by Hare Health in relation to providing assistance required for students to students with special needs. We've also, at the end of last year, I issued a circular in relation to providing contact details, which is a toll-free number of Hare Health, supported by professionals, I must indicate, so that students have easy access to support. Let me also indicate that at the end of last year and again at the beginning of this year, the branch did visit the college with the intention of supporting in these areas that I've indicated. There was a concern around infrastructure, and this concern, infrastructure in terms of community colleges, is across the board in terms of the sector, and it spoke to the poor maintenance in terms of the infrastructure and availability of proper infrastructure for the college, which is a challenge that runs across. But I must also indicate that Kwazulu Natal City College was unfortunately also affected by the floods and the bad weather that affected some parts of the country, which also included Kwazulu Natal. The college has submitted a request for assistance for the refurbishment and upgrade of 5 centers that were affected by the storms to the amount of 15 million. We did make a recommendation to National Treasury for the utilization of the CET infrastructure funds to assist KZN CET College and other colleges. Limpopo, for an example, was also affected by the bad weather, and we are awaiting a response from National Treasury whereby we can be able to assist the centers that have been affected. The province of KZN has given the college a list of 90 schools that are not occupied, that have been rationalized through the Provincial Department of Education. The college is, at this stage, only able to use 4 of those schools from that list because the rest of the schools are dilapidated and cannot be used. However, should the college get additional funds from the CET infrastructure program, of which I've already indicated we are awaiting approval from National Treasury, some of those schools will be refurbished and upgraded for the KZN City College to use. Let me also indicate that Mr. Vivian Reddy handed over a skills center, which is the Albert Lutulu Skills Center, which is in a very good condition to the college, and the college is using that and focusing mainly on skills programs, which include plumbing, building construction, and end-user computing. The college has also been given Elton Place by the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. The building is sound, the infrastructure is good. It just needs to have the roof fixed and minor details upgraded in terms of the center. In relation to the concerns raised during the oversight by the SRC regarding visibility and profiling of the KZN Community College, the department is now implementing the rebranding of the sector, but specifically to the college. Since the oversight visit was conducted, the college has formed district marketing teams. Initially, the college only had a central marketing team, which was based in KZN, in the central office, and the marketing teams are engaging with local stakeholders, including councillors and indunas. They've upgraded, they have updated their Facebook page, and they've also updated their website. In addition to that, the college has secured marketing promotional materials for the centers in assisting with the profiling of the center. On a positive note, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, let me indicate that Sesikwazi CLC, which was previously operating from Umdlimve School, and only had 60 students when it was operating from that school, then moved to a campus of Umfolozi TVET College, Eskaweni campus. And from 60 students, that center has now grown to 400 students this year. And this is a model that we are using across across the country, where we are saying that, and by the directive of the minister and the deputy ministers, that if basic education can accommodate CET colleges, certainly TVET colleges can also do the same. If I divert slightly and indicate that I might cite another example, which is at Taletso in Limpopo, where a CET college center is being built on the premises of the college. In conclusion, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, in relation to the issues of governance and management, I've given the report, particularly in relation to the allegations of financial mismanagement that have been highlighted in the college, and the department is, particularly the branch, is now paying a closer monitoring in relation to finance and supply chain management matters at the college. I would like to end there, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, so that we remain within the hour provided to us. Thank you.
Are we good, DM?
I just wanted to add, Chair, that on the KZN, Kwazulu Natal, University, the contractor is now on site as we talk on that building that was closed, and the students have started using the new building that you saw, the beautiful one. This year, they've all been accommodated in that building, and we have engaged the universities to say that they need to try and push because they were planning to finish that building within 12 months, and we've asked them to engage with their constructor so that at least it takes 6 months, which they've said it is possible that since the contractor is already on site, that engagement could be done, and then they could revise the completion dates. Instead of doing it in phases, they could do it, all that block at once and finish it. I think we will also maybe update the information on the accommodation overall, Chairperson, to say that we have ensured that the discussion that the NSFAS has had last year with the registrars, with the VCs, and with the SRC leadership, which was an agreement that was saying there has to be a tripartite arrangements between the universities, colleges, SRCs, and NSFAS in terms of managing the accommodation, instead of how things have been happening so far, where universities would say, well, we don't know who's accrediting what, we don't know where students are staying, and on the other side, students are saying, we have accommodation that has been accredited by NSFAS, but we think it's not in the correct grade, and we don't know why NSFAS accredited that. We're now making sure, but on almost most of the, like Limpopo, I think KZN as well, all of the universities and colleges where we've been, we've had to enforce that, except obviously for UKZN, which was an exception, because the approach was that, well, they were not responsible, and we had to establish a meeting. There's a meeting that's going to take place, I think, this week or early next week, with NSFAS and ourselves and the university and the SRCs to discuss this particular matter of accommodation, to get the university to be involved in the private accommodation where students are residing, because we do believe that when the parents, entrust the lives of their students to the university, it encompasses the accommodation. So university cannot turn back and say, well, we're not involved in the accommodation. We're only involved when it comes to classes. So we are enforcing that, Chair and honourable members, and we are hoping that it's going to be the same with all other institutions. On the UKZN reconciliation with NSFAS, they have indicated that they have finalized the 2022-2023 reconciliation, and it's now at the point of discussion, and they will now be looking at the 2023-24 reconciliation. Obviously, that reconciliation would then determine the policy issues, because we will need to understand who owes who and who needs to pay for who in terms of those NSFAS matters that were raised in the UKZN report of the committee. I think I wanted to add on those specific matters because it's the matters that the committee has raised. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister and Acting DG and the DDGs. I saw Acting DDG Bayanda arrived. I think he stepped out now. If I were to be honest, Deputy Minister and Acting DDGs and the DG, Acting DG, I think this report, if I were to be honest, it will not get, if we're moderating it, it will not get 3 out of 10. And I'm sure you'll understand why I'm saying this after members have asked you questions. Because why we have this meeting, I covered that at the beginning of our meeting, and I said, is to make sure that once these members have left their families, left the comfort of their own homes, and put their bodies on the line to travel thousands of kilometers a week, stay in meetings more than 10 hours a day, make recommendations, and the department doesn't do their job. It's very disappointing. Your presentations tells us about some things that we know. You are not giving us, I mean, when we were at Unizulu, for an example, we agreed. They said to us, they've already written to the minister in addressing the problems of student accommodation. They have triple P partners that wants to help them build student accommodation. And they've already written, because that needs a ministerial approval, they've already written to the minister asking him to give them approval so that this 2026 they're able to build student accommodation. Your feedback tells us the same thing that we're told there. It does not tell us how far. Where did the department submit that to the minister? And if yes, when did they submit? How far are we in addressing those problems? When we're at UKZN, what you are briefing us about, we got it there, that they are thinking, they are, considering blacklisting the companies that ran away from that 100 beds building. You're still saying the same thing. So what does it mean? It means since we've left there in October, the department has not done what they were supposed to do. They have not done anything. They've not, what you are telling us about the oval there, it's what we're told there. if you remember the legal guy there and the council member, which I stopped in the meeting, said exactly what you are telling us. So there's not been any movement from the departmental. So the oversight mechanism of the department, if it exists, it's very poor. Because the department is, you can't tell us about, what do you call this, autonomy. What is autonomy? This committee, Honorable Khakao, we had a colloquium on this autonomy in 2022 or 2023. 2022, 10 years. And we have agreed that you can't use autonomy as a barrier for public accountability. You can't use it. In fact, the 2005 document, Tande, that was produced by Council for Higher Education speaks about this autonomy versus academic freedom, or on academic freedom, something to that effect. Explains what this thing is. So every time we're told no autonomy when people are not doing their job, it can be. We've heard about this thing of autonomy when we asked about the internationalization policy framework. We're told no autonomy. What autonomy? When the constitution of this country is the supreme document that must be used. People come here, hey, autonomy, what is that? When you've got the law. So the department can't hide anymore. The department must accept that they are failing to do their oversight over these institutions. And we can't have that. We can't have a department that fails, the Department of Higher Education, that fails to do their oversight on these institutions. You are telling us that they've sent you pictures, Tandy. They've sent you pictures. They look beautiful. We come from constituencies here. This Monday, because it's Constituency Day, somebody might go to these institutions and come and tell us what the department told us is a lie. And what will we do? We'll be forced to pursue you because you came before Parliament and you would have given us a wrong information. Not your fault. The fault is that you did not go and do oversight yourselves. Let's not rely on some reports that we are getting here that we know for a fact because we come from constituencies. And we go to our constituencies almost every Monday. We're at our constituencies, ourselves here. Every Monday. And that is why I get a lot of letters from these institutions complaining, hey, did you send Honorable Ngubane? He's here on campus. We don't know what is he doing. And I tell them, I don't need to send anybody. This person is elected by the constituents of this country. And he is empowered by the Constitution to do oversight. He represents their constituents. And in that constituency where he comes from, there are people who have interest in higher education. He does not have to be a member of this portfolio committee. In fact, Honorable Ngubane can go and do oversight in a public school that doesn't belong to higher education, that belongs to basic education. He does not need a permission from basic education. So all members of Parliament, they will go. Honorable Maimane goes to these institutions almost every day, comes back and says, Chair, I've got a problem with 1, 2, 3, 4. Not only him, I'm mentioning him because his reports come to me almost all the time, which we appreciate. So these reports that you give us are not supported by facts on the ground. They are not. The report DDG Zungu of TVET colleges that you have done preliminary investigations on this, and give us those audits. Because we want to compare them with what we see on the ground. Because what we see on the ground, I mean, we went to follows in Nkandla. You know, driving out of Nkandla there in the evening time is bad because there is mist all over. But these members put their lives at risk. We drove in the evening, at night, more than 200 kilos after spending the whole day there. And we're not getting a report on what happened with student accommodation. That these members, when we were in the meeting, because the time was running out, we said, please, because we have asked your question, please go and check this accommodation. Where there were no beds, kids were forced to sleep on sponges. You're not telling us how far are we with those things. The majority of the issues that were raised there were infrastructure related. DDG Gaza is not here. Who's responsible for that? So we will be asking you these questions. You'll be forced to respond to something that doesn't fall under yourselves. And it's a big problem. And we don't have an apology. In fact, I don't remember the last time she was here. It might have been October when she was sitting there and she responded to a question that was not asked to her by Honorable Zondo and told us that, what is that TVET in Newcastle? Majuba and Gersibande did not spend the infrastructure grant because they did not have capacity. Whereas the same department had responded to us to say that they are awaiting ministerial approval. And we put it to her that can't be true because a few weeks before, you have given us a report that contradicts what you are saying. I think that was the last time we saw her, which should have been late September, early October. We don't have an apology. Same WhatsApp group with the DG. So the department, when we ask, you are making our jobs very difficult. We are making our jobs extremely difficult. When we started the meeting, Honorable Nguban, I read apologies of members and the department. The apology of DM Gondwe says that he's attending an urgent meeting with services. I read it too, I told you. Now I get notification that that's not true. She's attending a social development portfolio committee instead of a portfolio committee where she's deployed. She's addressing a very important matter there of GBV, gender-based violence and femicide on institutions of higher learning. But what is this? It's as if there's no accountability. People can do as they please. Was it really necessary for the apology to come and say, I'm attending to matters within the sector? Even herself, we have not seen her. When I started, I said, we'll write to her because the last time we saw her in the portfolio committee would have been possibly under Minister Nkabane. I don't remember if we have seen her in this committee. I don't remember if we have seen her. No, we have never seen her, I can tell you. The last time we saw her, if my recollection is correct, was when she appeared with the Minister Manamela, when he was Deputy Minister, and Ngubani of City Coordination, and Teritsila, Senior Counsel. That was the last time. So I said we are going to write to her and remind her that Section 92, on the Constitution of the Republic, 92 subsection 2, indicates that members in the executive are accountable to Parliament. I received questions from News 24 about your travels, Deputy Minister, that you guys have spent 5-point-something million. And amongst the breakdown that I received there was that from here to Bloemfontein in 2 days, her travels cost 35,000 to Bloemfontein, and a car of 20,000 in 2 days. So it's on the questions that I'm supposed to respond to that. I've written to yourself to say, respond to me. Tell me what is this thing, because how do I respond to something I don't know? I've written to the minister, to yourself, and Hare to explain a trip to New York, 1 point something million for one person. I've asked you guys, respond. So I'm going to note members now. But I felt I must just vent quickly on this one, that the department is not assisting. You are not helping us at all. At all. When we've got, I'm not, well, I'll ask my questions, because I'm not happy with some of the responses. I'm going to note you colleagues in this format. We'll start with the Honorable Khakao, Honorable Ngubane, Honorable Khabo, Dr. Christians, Zondo, Honorable Zondo, and Honorable Low. Don't forget to introduce yourself when you do so. Honorable Khakao, we have 15 minutes, members. No, I'm in a good mood. Honorable Khakao.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings to yourself, colleagues, the whole room, and the Republic online. My name is Karabo Lerato Khakao. I am a member of Parliament and a member of this Portfolio Committee. Pardon? Oh, okay, thank you. You're welcome to wait for 2 minutes. So, Chair, let's first deal with this. I am one who's very strict around accountability, and I don't care who's at the receiving end of it. That being said, I'm also very fair about who I question on what. As far as the executives presented on behalf of the department are concerned, there are 3 of them: the minister and his 2 deputies. The 2 deputies are delegated to go wherever they go by their minister. So when Portfolio Committee takes place every Wednesday, Minister Manamela is the one who decides who on behalf of the ministry is going to represent the ministry. Like today, I am sure Medube Ncube did not wake up and say, I volunteer myself as tribute to come here. That there is delegation to say there are 3 of us, in line with our delegations, split between the 3 of us. This is who's responsible for who. Deputy Minister Mimi Kondwe, as you correctly outlined, Chair, is currently sitting in a Portfolio Committee of Parliament in social development, dealing with GBV within the higher education sector, not GBV in her own house or her backyard. That in itself is a delegated function of the ministry on how the Department of Higher Education is dealing with GBV across the country. She's on duty. And I don't think it is fair that today, when they are splitting themselves on how to best represent the Republic, that there is a perception painted that there is absence of duty. So that is one. That being said, Chairperson, that being said, it is also important to note, Chair, can I finish this point, the sentence, and then you can interject? I just want to finish the point. That being said, perhaps the approach the committee should take is to have an engagement formally with the minister to ask, Minister Manamela, under which circumstances do you send which minister where? That way, we have an informed approach in how we judge the presence of the minister and the 2 deputy ministers, Gondwe and Dube Ncube. I don't want us to have a case where if the delegation says one is best suited for external conversations, depending on who the external person is, and the other is best suited to be in committee, that we find ourselves debating conversations that are really not constructive to how we conduct oversight. So I just want us to caution on that. I'm pausing my time. Thank you.
There's somebody who was, or you had opened 2 mics. I don't know, because I was struggling to open. When I said to you, colleagues, DM Gondwe wrote to us an apology. And I'm going to read it because when I said this at first, you are not here. But I said it again now. And I said, and I'm going to read it for you, and which will support what I said here. The first one, in responding to a point that you have not spoken about, is that it reads as follows: an apology of the Deputy Minister on the briefing by DHET on the report and implementation of the recommendations of the committee's recommendation on the oversight visit to KZN and UFH. The Deputy Minister of Higher Education and Training, Dr. M. Gondwe, wishes to convey a sincere apology for being unable to attend the Portfolio Committee meeting scheduled for, this was last week. I will open the one for today. Yeah, but it's the apology committee 23. Yeah, it's the one. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's the, yeah, it's for the 23rd. It was sent yesterday on the 23rd. They just got the date wrong. Yeah, for the minute for this meeting, dealing with it. And then she says, the reason why she's unable to attend, it says the Deputy Minister's absence is due to her urgent meeting convened with the administrator of the services SETA, which required the Deputy Minister's immediate presence. The Deputy Minister trusts that this apology will receive the committee's favorable condition. I said, the reason she's not here at this time during the committee meeting is because she said she's attending the meeting with the services SETA. And I said, whilst in the same meeting, I then see that she's not with the services seat. She is attending, and I said, a very important matter of gender-based violence. But her writing to us that she's not here on the basis that she's attending something else in the sector is unacceptable, because she's misrepresenting why she's not in the meeting. And we will write to her about this behavior, where people just write to us on things that they are not doing. And I further said that Section 92, subsection 2, Honorable Khakao, indicates that members of the executive are accountable to Parliament. Ministers and deputy ministers are accountable to Parliament where they are deployed. So you can't be a deputy minister of higher education, and because you are attending the meeting of sports in Parliament, the meeting of social development and everywhere, we want to say that that deputy minister is accountable to Parliament. You are accountable to where you are deployed. And that is why we have Section 92, subsection 2 in the Constitution that clearly defines who accounts where in this instance. So I thought I must just respond to you. Of course, we will write to her. And indeed, we've checked. The last time she appeared here was before the minister was minister. It's almost 9 months or 8 months now since she has been in the portfolio committee. And she will have to come and account for her non-attendance to this portfolio committee. You can continue.
Chair, you are right that the letter that was sent by DM Gondwe is dated the 23rd. It is true that she was meant to meet with the services SETA, with the SIU. Chair, I want us to do
Yeah,
this. No, can I do this, Chair?
Okay, what is the order? No, let's hear the order.
Chair, I'm worried that if we are the ones who are going to defend the executive at the helm where we're in a committee, it's going to be a problem. When we're in a committee, we're not political parties, we're one committee members of higher education dealing with issues of oversight. If there's any other issue of apologies, it should be the office of the minister and the executive to deal with, and not you not us having a dialogue with regard to where's the minister, where's the not the deputy minister, because I think we've overruled over the matter with regard to where you have seen where she is, and I don't think we must have a dialogue. Please, I'm begging you, having a budget today. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Nguban.
Order, Chair. Now, I find this disturbing, Chair, as well. I thought all of us here, we're having a department that we need to probe questions to. And I think your letter is clear enough to all of us. It's clear where the mistake is. And you've highlighted something that I wasn't focusing on as well, that since last year, when there was the attorney and Mr. Ngubane, that's the last time we saw her. And it's been long, Chair. And it's been going under the radar of us, and then which needs to be attended, like it's always attended on the DG and other people who bank these meetings and don't attend. But I get disturbed if one of us here will now be the defender of the executive, which is the executive that we must hold to account. It doesn't matter which party it is. We must all be in unison in taking the executive to account. So I get disturbed if there is this situation. It's unlike us.
No, thank you very much. We have indeed ruled that we will write to her to present the issues here, and we've closed that matter. This Honorable Khakha.
Thank you, Chair. I am not in any way contesting the chairperson's ruling for you to write to Megondre. All I'm saying is, even if the conversation was about Manamela and his presence, or about Dube Ngube, my submissions would remain the same. You are correct that the Deputy Minister Gondwe was said that she was going to meet with Services SITA with the SIU. That is true. That was meant to happen. But then, Deputy Minister Manamela then asked her to say the meeting was cancelled, 1. 2, she was supposed to be here today. Manamela then asked her to say, please go to social development. In your absence, Dube Ngube will cover the fort. So I don't want us to create the impression that there is no executive representation from the department, because we have met Dube Ngube. I see her very beautifully in front of my eyes right now. So the ministry is represented. So all I'm asking us to do is to be fair.
There's no ministries present. No one has said so.
So it's fine. My point is, let us be fair, Chairperson, in how we fight matters. Write to her and ask her, in the last 9 months that you haven't been here, where were you? So that it's clear for us to, when we engage with Deputy Minister Gondwe, were you sitting at home, or did Minister Manamela, as part of your delegations, give you the responsibility to go do X, Y, Z? That is fair, and that's not a problem. Chairperson, on the oversight visit that we had to...
I did not know, I will say you are being a goalkeeper right now.
No, Chair. You are welcome to do so. But one thing you know about me to be true is I am fair, irrespective of political parties. So I don't want us to prosecute people for reasons that really do not exist.
No, I've not prosecuted
It's fine. Chairperson, on the agenda item, I want to appreciate the presentations that were made from all three, the CET, the university branch, and the TVETs. Mine is, I want to hone into the Umfolozi TVET colleges oversight that we had, Chairperson. If memory serves me well, this was on the 6th of October last year. And Chair, in the report that Umanzini presented, he's not dealing with the nitty-gritties of part of what was raised. I have a very serious problem of the way the department conducts its monitoring and evaluation of institutions. You do not conduct monitoring and evaluation through pictures of somebody and the person whom you're investigating's word of the version of the truth. You conduct monitoring and evaluation by you yourself being physically present on the ground to check whether what is being raised is true or not. That's how you judge the problem. For example, we had a very serious problem with the cold rooms at the campus. We had a very serious problem with cold rooms that were not working in the student accommodation kitchen, which indicated a health hazard, to say students are eating food that is spoiled. Students themselves indicated that sometimes the quality of the food that is being prepared for them is not of good condition. You are not coming back to tell us, did you go and make sure that the cold rooms are working now? Have you engaged with students to ascertain whether the quality of the food has improved or not. That's how you come back to give feedback on what it is that you were supposed to do. You're not telling us there. The dry food storage that has been infested with rats is another issue I raised. You're not coming back to say, we have made sure that there's fumigation, that the ceilings are properly repaired to make sure that the dry storage room is okay. That's what I expected to hear from you, Manzini. Number two, there was no hot water throughout all seasons. We went to the, I don't know what is the metal called that is responsible for heating water in the geyser. We saw firsthand with our own eyes that that thing does not work. Students also indicated that irrespective of the season, they do not have hot water. So my expectation is, Honorable Khachau, you raised this matter, students now have hot water. Or this is what we have done to ensure that there's hot water. That is not coming forth. Number three, ceilings were falling in the on-campus student accommodation in the bedrooms and the bathrooms, and the rooftop doors had fallen. There's no feedback on, has the maintenance of the institution fixed the rooftop door? Are the ceilings of the bathroom and the bedrooms fixed? Dololo. Number four, the access points for security for student accommodation were raised as another problem. To say they were weak, they were unmanned, and the solution there was to either get physical human control in the form of a guard, or to digitize the system for biometrics or whatever. There's no feedback on that. And this is also very important because the reason why I raised this is because students had said that there are reported cases of gender-based violence and abuse as a result of a lack of security at the student accommodation. That's what I expect to hear to say, Manzini, you've engaged with Umfulezi at the Nkandla campus, and this is how far we are. The management of the institution refused to give us, what is this, the statistics of GBV. They indicated that they indicated two things, Mampako, if my memory serves me well, that based on the notes I have here that I took on the day, the one was that Higher Health is not giving them the numbers in time, and we demanded that they must get those numbers. Two, they indicated that they were scared to publicize the GBV stats because they were scared that when members of the community hear what the situation is like, it's not going to look good on them, which in itself is on the wrong side of the equation. And our advice was that must be fixed. If you're going to clamp down on something, you don't hide it and sweep it under the rug. You expose it, you clean it out, and you create something better. That's what I expected to hear about what's happening at Umfolozi. That is still not indicated. The TV rooms were not working. I'm still on one institution, Umfolozi. The TV rooms were not functioning. The TV that was delivered and mounted, that was there for display for us on the day, was only displayed when we arrived. It was delivered that morning and mounted prior to our arrival. So, and our request was, please make sure that when we leave, you come back days later to check whether the TV is there. It sounds like something very, very minute to talk about, but the overall experience of a student on campus matters. The reason why we have the codes and standards that we have for student accommodation that we have is to ensure that students, when they are at school, are able to have a close to home experience, or even better than home experience, to contribute towards a positive learning environment. So if there's no recreational space for you to breathe, there's no space for you to watch a TV and, debrief from course chowing you into scandal or scheme sam. In itself, it's not, and for me, my number one priority is the comfort of students. You're not telling me. The microwaves that we had a problem with, immediately when we left to come sit and have a conversation as committee, the microwave that was displayed for us that it works was immediately taken back to storage somewhere else. We indicated this to say, Mari, what type of Mickey Mouse clubhouse are we running? Did you go back to check if indeed the microwave is there for students to warm food when they want to warm food? You are not telling me all of those things. That's as far as TVETs are concerned, Manzin. On Umfolozi alone, I don't want to venture into the rest. I'll stick to that one. Please, can I? Mamfuchani, direct question to you. You indicated that there's an interdict by the principal of the CET for you to action recommendations from the department. Explain to us, how did we get there? Because my understanding is, in order for an interdict to exist, you must go apply for it and it must be approved legally, and you have an opportunity to obviously contest. So what happened?
Thank you, Honorable Chachau. Through you, Honorable Chair, maybe I will start and then I'll hand over. Is it fine if in that sequence? First, let me indicate that when the Portfolio Committee met in October, the principal was not yet charged. You'll recall that the council at the time, Advocate Zungu, presented on the concerns of council regarding matters of financial mismanagement at the college. But then the investigation was already done and already completed. Subsequently, then the principal was charged. So a charge sheet was given and there's a disciplinary process. So what the principal did, because the preliminary report highlights a whole lot of financial mismanagement at the college, amounting to about 29 million in terms of irregular expenditure. And I know that there was a date set for a disciplinary process last year. Sorry, I can't recall the exact date, but it was post this meeting of the portfolio committee. The principal then went to his attorneys to nullify the preliminary investigation report so that he is not charged, so that the findings are invalidated.
How did that pass? My issue is, because if everything that the department had done was up to scratch, then they wouldn't have had the loophole to legally have a nullification. So what did you guys do that afforded this man, after you've captured him, an escape route?
No, it has not passed. The department is opposing that interdict. The matter is in court. It has not passed. Hence, we are proceeding with the recommendations of the preliminary investigation.
Because it's very important to be clear, Mamfuchan, because in your initial submission, you created the impression that there's an appeal of sorts, but right now you are unable. So you're saying, as things stand, the department is still in motion in effecting discipline. Do you have a deadline?
Apologies for the confusion. That was not the intention. I just wanted to give a report of what we did and what he is doing to stop us from taking corrective action. But we are not stopping.
Okay.
The matter, I'm not sure, I'm going to be honest, because I did try to follow up with this with Advocate Kuta, and I know she is working on this issue. But my understanding is that the matter is still in court. There is no ruling from any court that I'm aware of that is stopping the department. Hence, we are proceeding.
Okay. Beyond obviously the ultimate goal is to fire this person, to get him out of the system. The issue we've always had, Deputy Minister Dube Ncube, is you eject people out of the system, but they will resurface somewhere else. So surely the next step is to have a red flagging process with public service and administration and with the whole country, essentially. That is one, to ensure that we don't see this person resurfacing to go wastefully and irregularly spend 29 million somewhere else, as is suspected to be the case here. One. Two, they are surely, the process will then give you an opportunity to see if there's criminality there and to press charges on this person so that they're able to land behind bars, which I would love to see. Are you there?
Chair, yes, we have advised the DDG Fuchani in our discussion that she needs to also go the PRECA route. You would know that at least if we're prevention and combating of corruption activities, once you by law, you're supposed to report that to the police. So we've asked in our discussion that she has to do that immediately, because if she doesn't do, then we'll be complicit as well as the department. So that's the other route. While the public service, bureaucratic, process takes place. But there is that route that we've advised that it needs to be done with immediately.
Yeah, DDG Fuchan.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister and Honorable Khakao. Can I first indicate that because there is a disciplinary process that is being undertaken, Honorable Khakao, and I'm saying this in good faith, we mustn't put the horse in front of the cart because it will compromise that process.
Yeah.
So we can't do that. But let us allow that process. And indeed, as indicated by Honorable Deputy Minister, that is what we're doing. But in addition to that, the principal then applied for this early retirement incentive. You know, there's this incentive of government through DBSA where you can retire early, and then when that reached my desk, I declined it. And I put the reasons why. And the reason I put is that we've just completed a preliminary investigation and is implicated in that. There's a forensic investigation which questions are going to arise, he must answer. Should we go on early retirement? It's going to be very difficult to pin him down. Although we are not, we don't know what the outcome of the disciplinary process is going to be, and is presumed innocent until proven guilty. But we still need him in the system to answer to questions related to the forensic investigation. Thank you.
Yeah, so I'm happy you clarified that part because I'm sure because the point made by Honorable Khakha was that, and I want to quote the verbatim, that the ultimate goal is to get him out or get him fired. No, that's what she said. I'm saying if we don't clarify that part, then he can use the proceedings of this meeting to indicate that you had premeditated issues. So I'm happy you clarified that part because it's we might take it lightly, but it's not. And I'm happy you have clarified it because indeed we must presume them innocent, even though there's prima facie. That is why you are taking them to TC, because there's a prima facie that there's a case to answer for them. We must still treat them as innocent. That is extremely important because we lose a lot of cases on not clarifying small matters like this. Honorable Nguban?
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. I wish I will start with a preamble as well to defend one of our executive. But we will improve, Chair. We will improve next time when we get there. Time will tell. We are all growing. Chairperson. Chairperson, I'm actually on a serious note. I'm concerned as well with the presentation from the department. I think you just went in on what I was thinking about. I even wrote on top on my document, and immediately you spoke about this because on my introduction I said what I expect from this presentation, what has been done so far since our visit on all those institutions of Harlem. That's what I was expecting to say. We went there for an oversight. We pick up issues. We wrote a report and we send it to them. And we expected them as a department who is directly responsible to give us a report on specifically those things that we pick up there as wrong. But when I look at their presentation, it's just a corroboration of what we saw They are now, I think they must come and join portfolio committee as well and share this misery we're seeing when we do oversight. So that we all cry together, because it means we need to all cry together with the department and say, it's worse, Chair. I received, it's a long letter, I wish I could read here, from Umfolozi, TVET College. I'm going to do a favor, I'm going to go read just the conclusion. The complainant student, they wrote as a group, the situation is much worse than we found. And on the presentation of TTG Zungu, nothing talks to resolving on those things. The CFO who was ducking and diving when we were there present and not speaking the water issue, the accommodation issues we met, nothing talks to that, okay, on your report of oversight, these are issues that you've raised, this is what we have done, this is what the institutions that report to us are doing on these matters. But it's the same presentation that's like our report that says these issues still exist. At UKZN, there's something I'm going to send to you, Chair, when the final year medical student, final year, is being denied just to register. We've even wrote a letter of guaranteeing his payment. Even now, if it happens tomorrow, I have to take the flight and go there and go fight that battle of his. Finally, a student, medical student, that might not study during this year. There are staff within that department. You can listen when they're speaking on the phone. Someone was recording them. They are making him a joke. They are making that student a joke. We will see who's going to pay for him. It's like they just want to target him. The guy has lost 2 parents on the previous year. He didn't qualify on the other year for NSFAS because he's belonging on the missing middle where his parents can't qualify. They passed last year. This year he qualifies. He didn't apply. There are those discrepancies, but there is a letter on the table. And the painful thing is, you can hear admission staff making a joke over the phone on that student. So on all these things, Chair, where's the foreigner issue there? I did highlight to you about one of the lecturer that is even thinking, I wonder where can I find a better job because we are being flushed out in this institution. We raised those issues when we were there. The security guy company that was there, on the presentation they presented, nothing talks to that security guy who runs that security company that didn't pitch up to us to come and answer for what we've asked. Kumar. Nothing that talks to that we're supposed to receive from there as from our report. When I was there, I even highlighted, I told the VC directly that I'm told that you are a buffer here between the council or the registrar and the lecturers that wants to be flushed out. And then he thought it was a joke. Even today, those lecturers are still hounding us with letters and complaining and saying, they say foreigners come here and they cleaned us out of the education system and they bring their friend. This is the sentiment they are saying. We raise those things, but nothing on their presentations talk to those things. As I agree, Chair, with what you said. The fourth Hare, the less said, the better. I think I saw on the presentation at the end of this month, the VC, his term is ending. Is that correct? Last month, 2027 is still very far, and maybe the university will be in ashes by then. So, on Umfolozi TVET College, I've mentioned there is a complainant letter. Let me read the end of that letter.
That when you read it, just note that contract of the Vice Chancellor there,
Yeah.
we've informed them it's regular. It's a third term. And they are supposed to do oversight. It's a third term. There's no way you can. They are saying it's expiring 2027. they must tell us how is a third term allowed as the department, because that's where the problem is. Yeah, I heard Tandy, I was going to ask her that post retirement contracts are allowed, but there was no response on a third term contract. Yeah, that the one that they say is, in fact, even the legal opinion agrees, by the way, that is a third term. And then it says in defense that it's because the council have the powers to change the statute. They've not changed it to that term. So the department must help us on that. I thought I must just add this part, yeah.
No, thanks, Chair. I think as we concur, there's still those challenges. As I read the conclusion of this TVET college group of students, they said these matters reflect possible financial mismanagement. That is follows TVET college. They mention a whole lot of risk, a list of issues to lecturers, to executive abusing lecturers, and a whole range of lists. Then in conclusion, they say these matters reflect possible financial mismanagement, exploitation of both lecturers and students, potential abuse of NSFAS funding mechanisms, severe emotional and financial harm to students. We respectfully request an immediate independent investigation, protection for whistleblowers and affected students, transparent disclosure of financial allocations, agent intervention to prevent further prejudice to students. Students and lecturers deserve fairness, transparency, and accountability, not intimidation or exploitation. The situation requires agent attention on a whole lot of it. That's just follows the TVET college, Chair. So I had a whole range of questions on the presentation. But again, you're asking to people who is not going to give you answers. It's like you'll be asking as well. I'm supposed to ask these questions back again to those institutions where we're visiting to say, how far are you with this matter? How far are you with the GBV cases that we receive? How far are you with the residents? You remember a residence on Ongoye where it was smelling. Students were cooking there. There was 2-plate stove. There was everything. I'm supposed to ask, how far are those things that we saw there? Have resolved these matters? But I'm not going to get those. There's a whole lot of range. I'm going to submit my questions to Anela, a whole lot of, so that maybe we must submit to them to find out ourselves how far. Because here, I don't think we'll get the answers of how far on the matters we picked up on the oversight. I think I'll end there, Chair, on my minute. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Ngubane. Did you read the newspaper called City Press on Sunday? It had a heading there that says hierarchy of fools. How MPs want to impoverish South Africa on the basis that we're asking a simple question. Are the laws of this country being followed when we are implementing this policy called internationalization? That's all we're asking. And somebody, you know, I said yesterday when we were debating, I used to have serious respect for that journalist. I don't know if I still have the same respect for calling us fools, for simply asking, for simply doing your job. Because your job is to make sure these laws are being followed, are able to account for the public funds that are being used. And somebody comes and says, it's a hierarchy. You are fighting to be the top fool. That's what he actually said. Unfortunate. Just because we have access to resources, we have access to writing articles, we have access of appearing on TV, does not give you the right, especially because we had released a fairly balanced statement that says we support the policy of internationalization, but it must be done correctly and implemented fully. And then they decide. I don't know where they got the thing that we said I mean, the recording of that meeting is there on PMG. It was not on YouTube on the day, but it's there. If you read what they are saying about what the committee seeks to achieve and what you said in the meeting is totally different. But because we've got access to media, you can just decide to undermine these members. Honorable Khakho, before I give you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. When I arrived, you had already started the meeting, and in essence, I had planned for before we start with this meeting to raise that point and make a recommendation, because I too am very offended about that article. I'm going to request, Chairperson, I move that you, as the chairperson of this committee, on behalf of this committee, writes to City Press for a request of a right to reply. Because I do not take lightly that under any circumstance, any journalist can decide based on misconceptions and absolute ill information of the entirety of the committee's deliberations, decide they're going to characterize esteemed individuals with highly intellectual, like myself, as fools for wanting to align our country's goals with the Constitution, any departmental goals with the Constitution and any laws that emanate from it. So that's the recommendation I wanted to, since you've raised it now, I thought I'd raise it at the end because I was late. But I'm requesting that that this committee mandates you with a response that we will all budge in and help formulate, please.
No, I think it's in order. Honorable Christians, was it you? Okay.
Thank you, Chairperson. So, from the report that the committee has presented, we've seen there that there were many practical recommendations made after the oversight visit. And these recommendations were really clear. They were to fix the unsafe residences, address government failures or governance failures rather, improve infrastructure accountability, and I think importantly to restore student trust. But in the department's responses, all three of the sectors, the presentation spoke largely about monitoring. And I found that to be really problematic for us. It just spoke about monitoring, about processes, about planning that is still underway. So I do think, Chair, that it is concerning that since the oversight visit was done, that very little has changed on the ground for the students. What we really wanted to know, as you have also said, is what is completed, what has been completed, what is still outstanding, what are the deadlines for the remaining work, and we haven't heard any of that. One aspect that came out very clearly from the recommendations and from what was presented today is the issue on accommodation, which remains an issue. At the beginning of the year, it started off as a major issue across universities and TVET colleges. So it is now really a national safety, and not only at the campuses that were discussed today. So thousands of students are placed in private accommodation. These private accommodations are linked to NSFAS or to, in some cases, institutional arrangements. Now, the problem here is, and I think I've asked this question before, there's no clear answer. Who verifies private accommodation? Who verifies that this private accommodation is safe and it is compliant when a student actually moves in? Does DHET have a national verification standard that applies across the sector? At universities, TVET colleges, CETs, if necessary. So, we know that accredited is supposed to mean safe, but it seems it is just on paper, and therefore I'm inquiring about a national verification standard. Now, does the department actually have such a model nationally? And if so, is it a physical inspection, or is it documentation only verification, or is it a mix of the two? So do you actually go and do site visits physically and then document the approval. And then once a provider has been approved, how often is it re-inspected? Because it seems that when accommodations are initially inspected, it might comply, but as the year, 2 years progress, that they might fall short. So re-inspection is important. What triggers an urgent re-inspection? Will it be a student complaint? Will it be a fire incident? Will it be overcrowding? Is it to do with payments, overpayment, perhaps? What are those? And then, of course, what are the minimum non-negotiables when placing students in accommodation? And I think these are very important questions because we've heard students that are not safe. We've mentioned safety, gender-based violence. We've measured water. My colleague mentioned water that was cold despite what time of the year it is. So whether it is a solution partner through NSFAS or whether it is accommodation being processed by the universities, the real question is, what is the national standard? And I think lastly, with regards to the accommodation, is there actually a member in your department who is responsible, who is accountable for accommodation processes? In your official structure at the national level, is there an accountable person who sees to it that accommodations, whether it is DHET or NSFAS, or a solution partner for that matter, who is actually responsible and sees to it that these processes are handled in the correct manner? Thanks, Chair. That is my first question to all three of the departments or entities.
Thank you, Honourable Christians. Through you, Honourable Chair, I'm going to be brief and request Prof. Lewin and DDG Zungu to respond. But before we do, Honourable Chair, I want to indicate and acknowledge and apologize to the Honourable Chair and members that we agree with the comments that have been made and the concerns regarding the reports. And in my limited capacity, which is ending in 2 days as the Acting Director General, I'm committing that the branch heads will conduct physical visits to the institutions bearing the list that were presented by the honourable members in October last year, and properly update the reports and provide these reports to the portfolio committee. And those visits should be conducted in a period of 2 weeks, Honourable Chair, through you. And then just very briefly, then taking off the Acting Director General hat and putting on the DDG-CET hat on the questions that have been posed. Let me just indicate, I do have dates of us having visited KZN City College. Some of them I did put up on the slide, so we did conduct some visits, but we still have to continue. Let me also give an update briefly, specifically. At the time of the meeting, the principal was not charged. The principal is subsequently charged. Disciplinary processes have been undertaken. Concerns about infrastructure that have been raised at the time of the visits, we had not requested the additional funding to refurbish the centers. That we have now done. We are waiting approval from National Treasury in relation to that. At the time of the visit, the concerns are about profiling the sector. What has been done, as I've indicated in my report, is the district marketing teams that have been in place, procurement of marketing materials for selected centers, the update on the KZN City College website, as well as Facebook. And we've also secured 3 million for the rebranding of the sector. That will also include KZN City College. And finally, in relation to the question on accommodation, there's no NSFAS for our community college students, and definitely therefore also not accommodation. All our students are deemed to be day students. Prof. Lewin and then DDG Zungu, please.
You said what is ending in 2 days?
Acting Director General.
That's what you said last week.
No, Honourable
You
Chair.
said you are acting until
The
the 23rd. No. In the meeting, you said you are acting until the 23rd. Today is the 25th. it's extended. So even next week it might be extended. Dr. Louis, Prof.
Thanks. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honourable Christians, for the question. I haven't been asked specific questions on the other issues, but hopefully there'll be a chance to respond on some of them. But on this accommodation issue, these are important questions. There is, just to answer directly, there's no person inside the person at the National Department who's accountable on student accommodation specifically. So that's a direct answer. Availability of student accommodation that meets the norms and standards, and Honourable Member, there are norms and standards for student accommodation which apply to all new build in the sector, and when we are building with whether it's through SHIP or through the IEG, all of that has to meet those norms and standards, which are minimum non-negotiables. But the difficulty is that availability of all of that accommodation for all students is still a problem. So we have to have a policy that when we do long-term build, we're looking at these things. We need to fill the gaps, but also what are we doing to ensure that where students are using private accommodation, that a private accommodation is appropriate. Now, the difficulty that we currently have is that NSFAS puts in place a situation where accommodation providers would be directly accountable to NSFAS. Now, that's a problem. I think it's a problem, and it's a problem that we hope to address this year in collaboration with NSFAS. Reason being is because you need universities and TVET colleges and people who are actually based at those campuses to actually have that responsibility that you're talking about, to be able to go and accredit and investigate where there are problems, and to be able to actually protect their own students, rather than that being done at a distance. So that is my quite firm view, and what we are intending to do is to work with NSFAS to actually understand what the issues are on the ground in relation to campus, and we can do this campus by campus. I personally can assure you I will not be visiting every single campus myself, otherwise I will not be doing my job effectively. But we will get that information from the universities, and we will use that information as a basis to work out a system on how we can actually, campus by campus, hold student accommodation providers accountable, and what that means for the national policy for NSFAS. And what we also need, which NSFAS had started some years ago and I think has been put on hold, is a proper grading system to understand that when you are paying 5,200 Rand a month for an accommodation, that is what you are actually paying for. And when you are paying more and you are paying less, that what you are paying for is, whether it's as the state or as a private self-paying student, that what you are paying for is what is the quality that you expect for that price. So, thanks, Chair.
No, thank you, Honourable Chair, honourable members. I do accept Honourable Khachau, the issue of physical visits to the sites. Indeed, as a branch, we had scheduled these visits, but it was supposed to happen in January. We've been on the road, Honourable Ngubane. I can tell you, I don't even know when last I had leave to make sure that things are happening on the ground. There was a report that was submitted. I think I'll touch on the issues of Umfolozi in particular, that on the 11th of November, they did send us a report, but I think, again, we relied on the information, and we could not go there on the site to actually verify that these things have happened. Indeed, they send us pictures to show that this is what they've done, but I think, as honourable members are saying, we cannot rely on those. We need to be there on the ground. And then college is closed on the 12th of December. Again, we were hoping that in January. We have scheduled those visits, but we've been on the road, as I've said, and we have now pushed them to happen now in March for our branch. That will include also our regional offices to go and see, particularly those sites that have already been highlighted. Honourable Christians, I think DDG Prof. Lewin has covered on the issues of accommodation. I think it's the same within us as well as the TVET branch. I can maybe present before this committee that the issues of infrastructure for TVETs, we still have a huge backlog. And that backlog emanated from the fact that post-merger in 2004, there was a recapitalization funds that were supposed to address the issues of infrastructure in TVETs because some of them were inherited. I can tell you a number of, former teacher training colleges with dilapidating infrastructure. Since that inheritance, there has never been a dedicated funding that deals with that. Now, what happened with the recap that was allocated? Soon we had to introduce the new program called the NCV in 2007. The whole funds were then shifted to build new workshops and so forth. But the issue of redress has not been really done. And I think there has to be a dedicated funding. Yes, we do have the CIG, but the CIG is still inadequate. We have a total asset base of 25 billion as a sector, which means the allocated maintenance should be around 2.5 billion, but it's way less than that. I think it's around 198 million that must be spread amongst the amongst the TVET colleges. So I think there is still a need for a redress in terms of the infrastructure. I will kind of request Honorable Ngubane if you could share with us that letter that comes from a student so that we can look into those matters as swiftly as possible. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much for those responses. I do think, and I think the concern remains, and I'm glad to hear that plans will be made to relate with NSFAS. I see they're not here today, but I do think that it's important that there is some kind of communication between NSFAS and institutions, which currently there is none. And I do think, Chairperson, that it is something we should, as a committee, interrogate further, because accommodation is obviously something that leads to overall student success in the sector. My next question is to the CET sector. Now, mention was made that the Minister of Higher Education formally vested the governance of 8 CETs, I think, the rest of the 8 CETs, into the Council of the Northern Cape Community Education Training College. Now, this arrangement was supposed to be temporary, Ma'am Fuchani. It was supposed to be from November 25, according to the Gazette, to January 2026. And that was, according to the Minister, while new councils for the rest of the colleges were being finalized. So I just have a really simple question there. We are now beyond that period. We are beyond January 2026. Has the vesting period now expired, or is it still under the authority of the Northern Cape Council? And if so, has the process been formally extended through a gazette by the Minister? And what is the period of that particular extension? Or, in fact, has the other CETs actually appointed their own councils? Thank you.
Noted, and thank you, Honourable Christians. You are correct. The Gazette ended on the 31st of January 2026, so the period has expired. There has not been an extension in relation to that council. The processes of appointing new council members has commenced. The select committee has met. There have been applications that have been received and that have been processed. The department has engaged with the service provider that is going to be doing the verification. The plans of the department is that no later than 31st of March, the new councils would be in place. Thank you.
Yeah.
I just want to end off, Chair, by wishing Ma'am Fuchani well, because I know the CET sector is one that's still growing, and we know the problems that are currently still on the ground, but I think it's a very important sector, and we're looking forward actually to see how it can assist our communities.
Yeah. Dr. Fushan. we keep on making the same mistakes. In 2025, we made the same mistakes with the SITA board's appointment. We know on the 31st of March, the terms of the current boards comes to an end. And then we create a we put ourselves in a self-created agents or emergence. I mean, the issue of the councils, you gave the Northern Cape board or council until end of January. And then there's no sense of what happened between when they were extended and end of January. And you, even on your presentation, you are saying, no, the minister is considering extend. So as we speak now, Dr. Christian, from the Sunday, the 1st of February, when my mother was turning 67, there's never been a council in the country of TVET, because even of the CT, even the makeshift has now expired. I mean, it can't be. You know, when we criticize you, sometimes I go home and I ask myself, are we really unfair to these people? But I'm unable to say to myself that we are unfair, because on the 31st of January, the term is ending. In fact, that's a makeshift, because it's an extraordinary situation you are in. You are taking one council and made them the council of all 9 provinces, because the rest expired in October. So you are saying to us, from October until March, there's no mechanism put in place. Even from when I say from October, it's me being generous. You knew that it's ending in October. So your plans would have meant that from around July, August, you then start the process to appoint. You did not do that. So in essence here, you are 8 months, 9 months behind dealing with this particular problem. And it must be businesses. I don't understand. I don't understand. We were creating, when you go to court, they say this is a self-created agency. And this is what you are doing. You are just creating a problem, and I don't know why. There are people out there who say, in government you create a mess so that we concentrate on the mess and not see the real problem. And sitting here, I don't know why I must disagree with them. Because I don't understand why you would have. Honestly speaking, I saw the presentation and I almost stopped you from presenting, because it doesn't make sense. We're running this government, this department, as if it's by the way, Gary, this is a part-time job. It's a piece job for us. There's a main job that we're doing somewhere. Because somebody must be held at, why do we have a situation like this? And there's no sense that we are holding people accountable. There's no sense. Honorable Zondo. Honorable Khabo, sorry. Sorry, Honorable Zondo. It was Honorable Khabo.
That has already been existing.
No, I
Between
apologize.
myself and Honorable.
No, there's no problem there. The problem between you and Honorable Zondo is caused by Honorable Mrs. and it's not here.
So, Chairperson, thank you very much. Chair, I think I must agree with Honorable Ngubani that we must send our questions in writing. Because looking into this report, there is no response that we are getting from the questions that we had raised during our oversight visit. And amongst others, if I can remind you, the acting DG, we are very specific in terms of clarity on the security detail of the college principal. We are very clear. We had requested a clear financial breakdown of the security detail. and we had received that report. But unfortunately, the report does not indicate to us as to how much has been spent to date. I think it's just generic if I've read the report thoroughly. And would want to pose that question again. How much are we spending on the principal? Because the report indicates, I think for last year alone, we had spent 5 million on the security. And we're very specific as to when was the security assessment conducted. Because it will not be fair of us as a department to continue paying a security detail of a principal whom we are told that her life was in danger, and we are only using an assessment report of previous years. So I'm agreeing, Chairperson, that we must submit our questions rather in writing, because clearly this report does not speak to issues that we had raised. Amongst other questions that we had raised, DG, was the issue of the irregular expenditure. Who was held responsible? Let me give you a practical example. The 20 million, if not 20 million plus, of irregular expenditure at the city of Kwazulu Natal. We had asked what measures were put in place as a way of holding those accountable. How many officials were put in on suspension? But the report does not speak to that. Maybe let me go direct to my question. First question, when was the principal of Elangeni appointed? I'll stop there, DG.
DDG Zongo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I will have to check because I don't have the detail in terms of when the principal was appointed, but I can quickly check that.
No, thank you very much. Chairperson, let me correct my statement. I've just gone through that report again. It says 5.3 million for the past 3 years. From 2020, in fact, for the past 4 years, from 2021 up until 2025. It says that they have spent 5 million on the security detail. But amongst other questions that we had asked was the security assessment report as to when was the assessment conducted. Because our understanding is that the assessment report cannot be used over more than 3 years, when in actual fact there can be developments. Chairperson, let me go to the other issue, in particular the CET of KZN. I want to entertain this issue of the preliminary investigation, but not necessarily dealing with the merits. The preliminary investigation, for it to be instituted, there were issues on and around the irregular expenditure and financial mismanagement and maladministration that were identified, of approximately 29 million irregular expenditure, if not mistaken. I want to check with you, when was the preliminary investigation conducted?
Honorable Gabo, I would have to check the exact dates. I can check it here. I've got the submission. I do believe that we must have been completed at the beginning of 2025. I can check the exact dates, but I know we then did a submission for the processing of those recommendations, but it was early in 2025.
Not a problem. The report also indicates that it was the report. In fact, your presentation indicates that the preliminary report was handed over to the minister. When was it handed over?
It was handed over to the Honorable Minister around March. I can also check the exact date because I have it on the Smart Head system. Also early in 2025, to the then minister at the time.
Okay. How much was spent to conduct this preliminary investigation?
Honorable Gabo, I can check that. It was below 500,000, probably around 200,000 or 300,000. but I do have the information available.
No, thank you very much. This is the third question that you are still checking. I'm not sure whether you're going to respond to my questions. You see, one thing that we have learned at Matlanga Commission there is that people are asked questions and deliberately respond with the wrong answers. So I don't want to suspect you of that. Can you check for us how much was spent to conduct a preliminary report and preliminary investigation? I'm asking this because of there were allegations of irregular or malpractice and financial mismanagement. That's the reason why you conducted that preliminary investigation. And for obvious reasons, you should be able to understand how much have you spent. If you can check that in the meantime, let me go to my fourth question. Out of all the recommendations of the preliminary investigations, there was one amongst others that indicated that the college principal, Dr. Zbusiso Mthethwa, was at the center of the allegations of malpractice in the supply chain management and finance unit of the KZN CET. Part of the recommendations was that he must be placed on suspension. Is he on suspension?
No, he's not, Honorable.
Why is he not on suspension as per the recommendations of the preliminary investigations?
Honorable, how this process is done, the process of disciplinary and the charges is done through labor relations, not through the branch. And labor relations, based on their assessment and based on the assessment of the SMS handbook, because this is a matter I've raised with them. I know the recommendation very well, I think it's 11.2 of the report, deemed that he should not be placed on suspension, but rather be charged, and that labor relations will then conduct the disciplinary processes without placing him on suspension. To be honest with you, I do think they would be best positioned to respond to that question.
Do we have labor
Yes, we do.
can we get clarity on the issue? You've got a preliminary report that says that the principal of the city must be placed on suspension. You decide not to place him under suspension. Why is he not on suspension? And what are the reasons behind you deviating from a preliminary report that government itself has spent money to conduct that investigation? While you are still checking how much have we spent on the investigation, when was the minister giving the report, so that we also understand what informs the delay from the side of the minister. Can we get a response from Labour?
Thanks, Honorable Member. I'm going to request to submit the response in writing, Honorable Member. I request your indulgence in that regard.
No. I've never requested your report in writing. I'm saying a simple, straightforward question. Why did you not place the principal of KZN CET College or KZN CET on suspension as per the preliminary report or preliminary investigation recommendations?
Yes, I understand, Honorable Member. And unfortunately, the matter predates me, so I'll have to check with my colleagues on what was the basis of deviating from the recommendations. And unfortunately, I'm not able to provide the answer now.
For interest's sake, what is your position in the department?
At the moment, I'm the acting DDG Corporate Services.
You are the acting DDG Corporate Service.
Yes, started last month.
You started last month.
Yes.
Can I continue with other questions while I give you 3 minutes to check that acting
Okay,
DDG?
sure.
Thank you very much. Acting DG, you have made an indication during your presentation that the very same principal who has been identified or whose fingerprints were found on the cookie jar according to the preliminary report himself took or went to court with an intention of setting aside the preliminary investigations report recommendation. Did I hear you correctly? Talk to the mic.
Honorable Howard, that is correct, yes.
Can I check with you? Now that the principal took the employer to court, who's paying for his legal bill? Is the principal paying from his personal pocket, or is the principal using the department's budget to pay for his own legal bill?
Thank you, Honorable Howard. That was exactly my first question when we received the legal documents in that manner, and I requested that information from our legal services. And correctly so, their response was that we must channel that through our finance, and I'm still awaiting that information in terms of who's paying for the legal costs.
I want to put it to you that there are allegations that it is the department or the money of the city that is being used to pay for his legal bill. Can I check with you, when did you send that letter requesting clarity on the very same question that I'm posing to you as to who's paying for the legal bill of the very same principal?
Honorable Howard, it wasn't a letter, it was a discussion between myself and legal services when I did ask them.
Was it verbal or a written engagement?
It was a verbal engagement.
Was a verbal engagement?
Yes.
Okay, fine. So we cannot rely on your verbal interaction in terms of this issue that you are talking about.
Apologies for that, Honorable Habo. I will reduce that in writing so that we have the proper record of that inquiry.
Amongst other things, as part of the recommendation, having identified lack of internal controls on and around your supply chain management processes. According to the report, those processes of SCT are quite vulnerable to corrupt activities. That's why the fingerprints of the principal are all over the cookie jar. One of the recommendations to be implemented was to place PECO as part of your supply chain management. If I had read the report correctly, have you done with that appointment?
Honorable Habo, no, we have not done that yet. We have engaged with the college, as I've indicated, on all the SEM processes that have been highlighted in the report. In addition to that, one of the key recommendations that I made was, because if you look at the report, one of the findings was limited capacity within the college to conduct the function of supply chain. One of the key recommendations I made was that until the college has sufficient capacity, that function be removed from the college.
It does not really make sense, but it's fine. I'll come back to it. I'm sure acting DDG of corporate service, you are getting the response. In your presentation, you have indicated that some of the recommendations are being implemented. But in your response, there is no recommendation that has been implemented. What I'm getting from your responses. Can you specifically indicate 3 recommendations that are being implemented? Because according to your presentation that you are saying certain recommendations are being implemented. I've asked you about one recommendation of putting in PECO. You have said that it has not been implemented. I've asked you about the principal. You have said that it has not been implemented. I've asked you about I've asked you about two things, and you said that it has not been implemented. What is it that has been implemented according to you, in line with what you have said in your presentation?
The key recommendation that has been implemented is that the principal has been charged. The principal has received a charge sheet, and the disciplinary processes have happened. The second key recommendation was to look at the processes in finance of the college. I must indicate, though, unfortunately, as you'll see in my report, the branch did engage with the finance unit of the college, and the then deputy principal finance took up another post at another college and has subsequently left and is no longer at the college.
Not a problem. I think Chairperson will have to request a response from the corporate service in detail as to why did they decide to deviate from the preliminary investigation report. In fact, if you'd allow me, you have just given the acting director a leeway to get away with murder, because he was expected to provide a response, including the acting DG, on how much have they conducted. Remember, the department has conducted a preliminary investigation and they've spent a lot of money. We're supposed to get how much have they spent on that preliminary investigation. Not to mention the fact that the very same principal whom, according to the recommendation, his hands are all over the cookie jar, he took the institution to court. Who's paying for that bill? Allegations are that he's using the very same college man to, that's why I wanted that clarity. But with that being said, I'll send some of my questions in writing. I'm not sure, are we going to allow that part for response, in particular these two ones from the DG and the acting DG. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Yeah, Bayanda.
Yes, no, thanks. Thanks for the 3 minutes, honorable member. The preliminary response that I'm
Where do you get the 3 minutes from?
Oh, no. You were outside, Chair, when the honorable member gave me time. Yeah, the preliminary response, Chair, is that the suspension would have contravened the SMS handbook that guides the suspension. So there are conditions that must be met for the suspension to happen. So that's why the labor relations decided against effecting the suspension. But that's my preliminary response. I'll have to engage the colleagues further about it. Thanks.
Okay, acting DG.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I am going to, particularly on the expenditure, I recall the amount, but I don't want to say it until I check and I verify it's for certain. We'll be able to provide that. And I have opened the submission. We first submitted this submission for approval in terms of the preliminary report in March last year. And regrettably, it wasn't processed until the new minister came on board. And I think within 2 weeks of him taking up office, he then approved the report for implementation.
He was asking who is paying for the principal's court fees.
Yes, Honorable Chair, that is what I'm saying. I'm going to verify now. I've just checking on that information whilst we are still here in the sitting. And I've got Dr. Telezi here who's assisting me with that information, the Chief Director responsible.
Yeah, DG Zungu went out now. Deputy Minister, it's not the only, what is happening there where people do wrong, and when there is a consequence management, they use the state resources to fight the state. No, it happens. I can tell you now as I'm seated here, College of Cape Town has taken the minister to court for trying to fix the mess that the principal did there with that cancer. Both of them have taken the minister to court. And I can tell you, I said, I anticipated, I said they are going to go to court because you can tell they thought that institution is theirs. That's why that principal used to say, my college council. Even that council itself, he called them his, right? And I said, the department must put their foot down. I say, you can't, if you must use your own money. Those people must use, once you have removed them, you must, the college must not pay for that legal fees. And if they've paid now, because clearly they think they are running that, they think that institution is their spare box. So they just take, you'll be surprised, they might have even paid the legal team already, as I'm talking to you. Because the department, when we say to you, I mean, releasing a memo, if you want to go to court using state resources, you must seek permission. I mean, the president tells you guys, if you want to go to court, you must seek permission from the state law attorney. You guys as the department. You don't just appoint anybody, I don't know, go through this route, because the state was losing money, too much money on court cases that did not make sense. The state has that thing. The department is a free-for-all. Everybody can just wake up and say, no, I'm using the money that I'm supposed to buy school books, LTSM, for these learners. I'm going to use it to pay for my legal, and I'm going to choose Anele attorneys. And then Anele, I tell him, Anele, charge me above the going rate. Charge me a senior counsel fee when there's no senior counsel. So when we say to you, we've said it before, close the taps there. We went to Honorable Kakao, University of Limpopo. In 2025, they wrote me 2 letters of cease and desist. And then we said, give us a breakdown. The last item there was University of Limpopo versus Tebo. They wrote me 2 letters, I know that for a fact. You saw how much was there? 399,000 that they've paid. How do you pay for letters? And their letters were so badly written. It was bad. I did not go get the lawyers myself. I responded to them. I said to them, don't wait for next week Friday, go to court tomorrow. 399,000 paid to above. There's no letter that costs 200,000 but 200,000 a letter. So these people, I mean, this is shocking that we allow people to use the state resources to fight. So we're not going to get this thing right with this. You know how you guys are, Garla tetem, I don't know how to put it in English. You are tetemi. No, I don't know what to say, but
Yeah, but for the to be fair to you and ourselves, the college one might be different because you remember that there is council involved, and if the council takes a decision one way or the other, that's the other avenue that we had also then might need to challenge in court. But this one of the CET, it's a different kettle of fish because that one, it's within our powers. Whoever signs for that, I would find it very, I don't know what, if somebody were to sign for that principle to use the state money to fight his battles, that would be illegal in all fronts.
when you say college, you're not talking about College of Cape Town. The report says minister disband these people because they've been terrible. Right? The minister gives them 5 days, says respond. The next thing they use the statement, they go to court. There's no defense there. There's no defense. I want to even read their document, their affidavit. I'm interested. What is the basis of? Because I saw that they said they are challenging the minister because the minister misrepresented or does not understand the City Act on this. That's what I've read on the news. But I want to read their founding. We must, in our responding affidavits of the minister, we must clearly say that should the court rule that these people were trying to abuse, they must pay from their own pockets. Because we are playing with state resources. I was making an example, Honorable, 61 million was paid to about 7 law firms in the University of Limpopo. There is one, something Pashel. One. Given about 30 cases, 30. And I asked them, what is the success rate here? I asked them a question that I know. They said, no, we'll come back. We have not seen the facts. They have not responded. Because the success rate of that, I said to them, if this firm has won 2 out of this 30, it's a party. Because it's not possible. And how much did that cost the state? 13 million, excluding what they've not paid, which is what the judgment says, you have wasted the court's time. I'm slapping you with costs at this scale on client and attorney basis. That has not been counted on the 61 million. The 61 million is what they've paid these serial losers of a firm. They lose every time, they're serial losers. So the department, man, Honorable Zondo.
Thanks, Chair. It's just that, Chair, you took all my time now and ask some question that I wanted to ask, but it's not a problem. Greetings to Deputy Minister and the acting DG, DDGs, honourable members. You know, Chair, I think all the comments from members are suggesting to say that as we continue to engage this meeting, we are just doing a favor to the department that we've already came to the meeting, so we must proceed. But the fact of the matter is that this meeting will not mean anything because there is a role that needs to be played by the department, which they are not playing. They took reports that we got and bring them as they are to us, whereas there is no intervention from their side to say that this is what we have done from the oversight. And if you see even the report from DUT, they are saying that it's DUT, right? Yes, it's not here yet. Whereas we don't want the report from DUT. We want a report to say from this and that, this is what has been done. This is the plan. And I mean to all other, I'm only making an example DUT. But with all other reports, it's something that comes from the institutions. Whereas we want the intervention, the role of the department in the process. And I'm tempted, Chair, to ask you, when we are doing oversight, what is the role of the department afterwards? If you can just enlighten me, maybe many people will understand my point, where I'm coming from.
No, it's what I said at the beginning. When we invite the department to our oversight, is for them to also take notes of the problems that are confronting our people. And then that is why at the end of an oversight, we indicate to them that we are giving you 3 months to go resolve the problem and not come back and tell us about the problem because you and I, we saw it. So the reason why we are giving you 3 months is for you to come give us how have you resolved the problems on campus. And when we started the meeting, I indicated that this report just tells us about the things we know. And it's not telling us, and I said, I'm giving, if I were to moderate it, I'll give them 3 out of 10 because it does not speak to, does not achieve the intended purpose of us having this particular meeting.
No, thanks, Chair. I think if I was the chair, I was going to call off.
Order. You are protected, Deputy Chair.
The problem that when you are doing something that I don't do to you, I feel very offended, and I can do what you do to me better than you. So stop that, members. I'm saying, Chair, you know, we have to be serious. We're not being rude, but everyone must play his part because we're at work here. You know, the department is not doing what it's supposed to be doing. They've had enough time to go there and intervene for the fact that they are saying that they have not even, so some institutions, they have not gone even there to just go there physically to witness what they saw, because some of the members of the department will go with them to these institutions. They know the problem. But after that means they come with us and they're left with us and nothing to go on. They'll ask for reports and they take those reports and bring it to us. What do we have to do with those reports? Because we've got those reports, we know the status, we want to hear the interventions from the department. That what have you done after what we saw? Then if you can help me, DG, what you came here today to tell us?
Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable Zondo. Honorable Zondo, in my presentation, I indicated the dates of November when the city branch went and followed up with the college, particularly in relation to issues.
Sorry, Acting DG. I think you forgot that at some point you are acting DG. So I don't know. You forgot that. And I've asked a question, I said DG, because of specific that I'm not talking about CET branch. I'm talking about the holistic report. You are leading this delegation. In fact, they have to come here, have been seeing their report, you know, and understand that this is what you are going to present as the department, not as individual from the branches. So that is my question, not to CET.
Understood, Honorable Zondo. So I jumped the gun and jumped into what is my daily norm. I fully agree, Honorable Zondo, and earlier I indicated that please give us at least 2 weeks so that there could be physical visits to the institutions, as I've indicated. I think colleagues, when we started, indicated the challenges that they've had based on TVET colleges and also based on universities. And earlier on, I also indicated and apologized through the Honorable Chair and Honorable Members that we have not done justice in terms of what is required for the reporting in this period. And please do allow us that added time and added opportunity for us to go back to the institutions, go back, because we do have the reports, we do have the questions. And I know Prof. Lewin indicated that it may not be possible to visit each and every campus, but there are mechanisms of gathering the information physically and verifying without going to each and every campus, but using the resources that we have within the department. And again, in my capacity as Acting Director General, and this is no excuse, Honorable Zondo, is that unfortunately these reports were collated and consolidated very late and did not award one an opportunity to thoroughly interrogate them, which is an omission from the department, which the department must correct, not only for this sitting of today, but for other sittings as well. I've discussed this extensively with the Honorable Deputy Minister, and we are going to take this up with the Office of the Director General to say, how do we improve on firstly, timers reporting, and secondly, the quality of the reports that we produce, including the content, and making sure that, I know Honorable Chair has raised this a number of times, that we respond directly to the questions that are being asked. Yes, there are serious omissions in terms of the sitting of today, and it is not the intention of the department to waste the time of the Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members.
Thank you. I think now, so you see that I'm not rude when I'm saying if I was the chair, I was going to call off this meeting. I think there's a hand, Chair.
Yeah, I wanted to pause your time first. Well, Law, you had indicated you have the follow-up here.
No, thanks, Chair. I'm making follow-up with regard to us to say what therefore becomes the role of the regional managers, who can therefore play an oversight role in the absence of the national office for them to process reports. Because according to public administration law, if you've got your line item managers, for those who are in the ground way to deal with issues of reporting, they will report to the other ones who are moderate and then go up and then they can consult the report. So I find it very difficult to agree with that answer. Thanks.
DDG Zungu.
Honorable Chair, the regional managers, I think when they were first appointed, that's why you are even saying the DG Zungu, because it seems as if they are regional managers for TVET, and yet they are regional managers for the Department of Higher Education and Training, because we don't have MECs as Higher Education and Training. So their role is exactly what Honorable Law is saying. They should be the ones who are assisting us to be there in the institutions to support and also make those follow-ups in terms of the work that the institutions are doing. But what we have observed, Honorable Chair, is that they seem to be focusing more on one aspect, which is supporting your teaching and learning staff, the curriculum-related matters, but not the broader overview of the functionality of the institution. We've had cases, for instance, in the Eastern Cape around 2022, 2023. There was a lot of issues relating to governance. So they did intervene to assist us, particularly meeting with councils and management and so forth. So indeed, it's an area which I think the minister has actually emphasized as well, to say you are not there just to look at the TVET and CET, but broadly in terms of other sectors within the PSET system. So it's an area that we will have to improve in terms of the monitoring and strengthening of that wing, Honourable Chair.
Acting DG, before I give Honourable Kakao, are you covered there?
Thank you very much. Covered, Honourable Chair, and we note the gap, and I think you are raising a valid point. And there's much more that regional managers can do to assist in this regard, working with ourselves as well. We don't absolve ourselves from that responsibility. Part of the take home, and Honourable Deputy Minister Dr. Dube Ncube has also raised the same issue before you actually raised it. And there's a lot, Honourable Chair, that we still need to do. And there is a lot that we are going to do in this regard, and moving forward. We are going to convene as EXCO of the department, and I think we need to put a plan together to say how do we improve on our processes in terms of moving forward. Thank you.
Honourable Kakao.
Chair, I was hoping that this would be a separate question, but since Honourable Law has raised it, allow me to do this, Chair. Firstly, acting DG, how does the department generally assess the performance of regional managers? Let's first start there. Who do they report to, and how do you assess their performance? This will then lead me to the second point I want to make.
Noted, Honourable Kakao. All regional managers report to DDG Zungu, and perhaps you can answer on their assessment. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chair and Honourable Kakao. They report to the TVET branch in terms of, the organogram, because I think the emphasis, as I was saying earlier on, when they were started, they were ought to support only the TVETs. So their performance assessments are done by the branch, although DDG Fuchane has also raised concerns because they must also deal with cities, although there's less much on universities, because these were the two sectors that we're actually focusing on. So we have picked up in terms of their performance agreements per se, that there has to be a review on or a revised performance agreements which they have to sign, because currently they are not assisting us in terms of the actual work that is the main component was mainly on supporting, colleges on curriculum, teaching and learning and so forth, but not looking at the broader functioning of the institutions.
So you were having a conversation about reviewing how the contracts are structured so that there's clarity about what their expectation is. When is the review happening, and when are you going to conclude it?
Honourable Kakao, I think that aligns to the performance agreement. I think they are due now. Some of them have already started in terms of making their submission, so they should be in by end of March.
So by end of March, you would be done with the review, and then, because I want you to, because I don't want there to be any gray area between ourselves and yourselves and where you are. I'm asking, Chairperson, because the reason why I said I want us to have this conversation this way is because most of the times, since my understanding of how we've conducted oversight, we've always had a problem with what it is that regional managers are doing, because we've always been of the opinion that what they do is not enough, or there's been an expectation that they're supposed to be doing something which is they're not contracted to do. So I want us to then know, when are you going to review it, so that we as a committee can also be able to check what does the revised contract look like, when does it start, so that when we are upset for real to say, but Manzini, you've been responsible for these people for this period, then we're working on something that is legally binding to them as per their contracts of employment, and not an imaginary thing or an aspiration. So that's where I am, Chairperson. So can we get the deadline review? When can they commence, so that as committee we align ourselves with the truth?
Yeah.
Chair,
Are you able to respond?
Chair, probably on the deadline, I would not venture into that one, but I can assure the committee, as Fuchane said, it's already on the agenda for next week, as if you knew that with corporate services, it's an item for agenda for discussion, given the experiences that one has been having moving around provinces, and but also the assessment of how the department is performing its work. So probably it might, I don't know how much of work that will need to be done, because obviously we need to understand everything, from their contractual, obligation, to their performance arrangements, to contractual, all of those things. So that's why I'm saying I wouldn't know the extent to which one would then need to do engineer or whatever that needs to be done. Thanks.
Yeah. The worry here, Manzini, is that we may be paying people as regional managers who they themselves don't understand what is their role. So I'm very worried about what is in the contract that we've offered, because you are saying you are doing a review. So if you are saying you are doing a performance review, what are you, it's against what? Because it should be against, you are saying there's a general feeling or understanding that the regional managers only do work with TVETs, whereas they're supposed to do work in that province or those provinces that they're deployed in all higher education institutions. But these people report to the DDG of TVETs. That's a problem, because how do you then, if they report to you, you must do performance review for them. How do you then do a performance review on what they've done, the support they've given to universities or support they've given to CETs? Because they report to you as a DDG of TVET. That's where the problem is. And I think I was going to suggest that we, Deputy Minister, give it to yourselves, DDG of corporate, to go look at this, because it's an anomaly. It's a problem. Go look at it and then give us a response and write in to say, this is a problem that we have found, because we might find, by the way, that some of their contracts are not even the same. The contract of those who are contracted to be regional manager of KZN is different for the one in Limpopo. Because we have been to both provinces. And when we went to KZN, the regional manager, the acting regional manager there, was of the view that his job is towards TVET colleges. And that is why when we went to universities, he was not there. And when we went to Limpopo, the regional manager they said to us, no, man, I'm the regional manager of all institutions. And I asked them, how? How do you have regional managers who probably have different, doing the same description, doing the same job, different jobs, or giving different. So let's give you time to go get us facts around this thing. And you see, sometimes it's a problem when you don't have the DG, because the DG is the CEO of this department. And if we don't have him, it becomes very difficult because, you know, contrary to popular belief, you see, if we did not ask this question, some of you in the department itself and ministry, you will not know these problems. Some of them. You will not know what is that you have the people doing the same thing, probably getting paid the same salary as acting regional managers, but their contracts are different. And possibly you are evaluating their performance differently. The one of KZN probably only reports on TVETs, because that's what probably the contract says. One of Limpopo includes universities. And there it's also a problem. If it includes universities, why does this person have to report to the DDG of TVET? How is he going to evaluate the performance of this person on CET, on universities, on skills branch? So it's a big problem, which I think maybe when we close, I'll say, I don't know, I'm trying to be generous and give you time to resolve this problem, so that when you give us something that you don't come here and say, you see, DDG Fuchani says, if you give us 2 more weeks, I know in 2 more weeks, that 2 more weeks that you're asking for, you'll not do anything. You'll come and say, no, we were busy with exams, because department on excuses. We went in October, you're telling us, no, because there was exams in the universities, and then the academic year began, just excuses. So I'm thinking we'll give you time, we'll close it this way, this one, we'll give you time. We'll just think about what is the sufficient time. And then when we write to you, we'll tell you that you may need maybe 1 month or 6 weeks, whatever, to respond to us and say, this is what we have done, and this is what we need to do to finish this problem, and we'll have finished it by this. We might give you 2 weeks, it depends, but we'll just have to check so that whatever time we give you, it's sufficient for you to go do something. And that does not mean that Honorable Christians, were you covered?
Chairperson, thank you. I think just where you raised the question on the acting regional chairs. So I just had a question there, because I'm just a little bit confused with the regional chairs of TVET specifically. Now, I know in the Northern Cape, I think it's Mr. Madelani. So he's also he's the regional chair, but he was previously
Not like the regional manager.
Regional manager, right? But he was also the principal. So most of them are like that. So that is where I want the clarity, Chair, because maybe that's where the discrepancy is coming in as to what their roles are and their job descriptions. Because most of them are acting in these positions, but they were previously, or maybe on the payroll, they are still permanently in the structure of principals of colleges. So maybe the department can just tell us when will these positions be made permanent, and then obviously the colleges are now, the TVET colleges they now have acting principals in those positions. So that could also involve a measure of instability at the TVET colleges. So I just wanted clarity on that, Chair.
Yeah, so we have taken a decision during our oversight visit to Limpopo and Eastern Cape. And we have said the department must have filled these positions by June. because it was in January, said in June, go fill these regional manager positions because it is a source of a problem. And how we arrived at that point was that majority of regional managers are acting, their positions are principals. But, and that's where the problem starts. You then have acting principals across the sector because, and those positions can't be filled because the person is still employed in that position. So, but if you close this one of regional managers, if somebody is acting there, doesn't get that job, immediately they go back to their respective position of a principal, right? And if, we then said, if somebody was a principal of certain college acting and is appointed there, we're then giving the department up until September to fill in all the vacancies of principals, taking into consideration that some of the vacancies may open in June or in May when they make an offer to this person who's going to be a regional manager. And then we said, when this person leaves as a principal, the deputy principal acts as a principal. It creates another problem. And let's say the deputy principal of finance, the CFO, then acts as a principal. Somebody who works there becomes the acting. So it becomes a Hollywood arrangement going down. If you try and close it from the bottom, you will have problems. Because you can't advertise a position that is not vacant. Even though somebody is acting somewhere, that position is not vacant. So start it from the top, come down with it. So the problem here that is maybe we'll close it that way. Then Dr. Christians is correct that the problem is they might be having two contracts and they don't know what. But in fact, Dr. Christians, when we had Northern Cape Urban here, I think it was actually in this room, when we interacted with them, Dr. Madalan was sitting where Dr. Lewin is sitting, and the acting principal was sitting here where the acting DG was sitting. And the AG was sitting there where the gentleman is sitting. And we asked the question. We said, AG, when you are auditing these people, who provided you with, because there were allegations that the acting principal is actually not acting. The regional manager is still the principal, still doing the job of the principal. And they denied it. And we asked the DG, the AG. The AG said, no, actually both of them were accounting to us. Sometimes we will also be confused because in this week when we ask questions were given by the acting principal, next week is the acting regional manager in his position as the principal. So what you are raising is correct. But this thing is created by the department. If it does not clear these blurry lines. So, like I said, we're going to give them maybe 2-3 weeks to give us this. How are they resolving? I think we all agree there's a problem. Then we must just give them time to give us how they are going to resolve this problem. Honorable Zondo?
I thought you forgot even that it is on my time. It's a pity that I was coming to the question and unfortunately Honorable came and asked that because but now I'm feeling to ask that does the department have does the department prepared financially to full-time employ these regional managers? Because we can put time frames. I think it's for the reason that you take principals to act in the regional offices as regional managers. I think there was a reason behind that. And now if we are saying we are committing that by June will be absorbed or employed regional managers full-time, are you prepared financially to do that?
Thank you, Honorable Zondo. Through you, Honorable Chair, Mr. Mzoneli, can you indicate whether we do have sufficient budget in the COE?
Yes, the department is prepared in as far as there is funds available for those positions. Their acting are already being paid from the acting allowances. Thanks. Okay, but I wish to continue, but I won't because we are running out of time here. I think that this somehow closes many of my questions to say to ask that Manzeni DDG zone, acting DG, at some time they pointed fingers to Manzeni about somehow being involved in TVET, in terms of businesses and stuff. So if you don't do anything after this oversight, you leave that cloud hanging in the head of the DG, because you need to investigate, and the investigation will vindicate. So now he may deny those allegations, but with no investigation conducted on those matters, then it's leave a cloud on his head. And we may think again, ask him, do you still maintain that you are not involved? And they'll say no. But with no investigation, then it's just from us to him. So I'm trying to overemphasize the need of the work of regional managers doing the work on your behalf. As you have said, you can't multiply yourself to whole South Africa, but you need the support from the offices that are stationed in regions. So yeah, and maybe I may ask, because I think Manzini, also you want to clean yourself on this one. I think there's something that department should have done to make sure that you are clean.
Yeah, now, Honorable Zondo, I don't know, as I've stated in my response at the college, because as you say, somebody alleged, but they did not substantiate to say it is believed that the DDG for TVETs has been involved in this project, but they did not substantiate what my involvement was in the project. And I think we have requested that the matter be looked at, but we can respond in writing, and maybe depending, because I can't, if it's alleged that I'm involved in something, I can't go and investigate myself. So somebody will have to do that investigation, so that I can't go and say, because somebody said, Honorable Zondo, you were.
No, I think I was clear on that, Manzen.
Yeah.
That's why I said acting DG, because I know that once something talks to you, you can't investigate yourself. It goes to the DG to say that, to conduct an investigation, and give you an opportunity to explain your side and get the facts from the one who are alleging. So that's why I'm asking DG.
Thank you, Honorable Zondo. So far, to the best of my knowledge, I did not get the report from the Director General nor from his office. Please do allow that I do check with the Director General and Ms. Majane in terms of those allegations and whether anything has been done by the Office of the Director General. And if not, if we could be allowed, through the grace of the Honorable Chair, that becomes part of the outstanding matters that we have to follow through on. Thank you, Honorable Zondo.
Was this about which one? The matter raised in Elangeni or in Elangeni? Yeah, the problem with the issues that were raised in Elangeni is that the DG himself was implicated. If you remember there, they said there's two factions. There's a faction of the DG and a faction of the DDG. So no, it was raised in that fashion. They said it's either you are on the side of, I even said it in Limpopo, on people that I'm joking, but it was said there that If you're on the function of the DDG, the DG charges the principal. It was said there in that meeting. So, Mfolozi, yeah, even there, maybe the DG is charging the principal. You know? So, yeah, we might need to give you time to tell us how you are going to deal with the problem. Because even the DG himself was implicated in that particular meeting. Honorable Zondo.
No, I think, Chair, we must give it this to DM, because once it reaches that the DG is implicated, then it's a ministry work to deal with that. But we seriously need answers from these things, because it's one that's crippled the operations of our institutions, and once operations are crippled, then the outcome will affect our our students, and once affect our students, affects our future. So there's a lot at stake on this one, and if there's a fight between the DDG and the DG, then we have a problem, and we need to solve that problem. That problem. It's to DM to look at the matter. This is a serious one. I'm coming to you, acting DG now as a DDG. The issue of structures, governance structures in CET. What is the strategy going forward? How are we going to make sure that there are proper and valid structures in terms of CETs?
Thank you, Honorable Zondo. And perhaps also to start a little bit back so that it covers partly what the Honorable...
When you are doing so, remember that you are doing on my time.
Which is going to serve Honorable Zondo very well as well, prioritizing the question. We started this process in March last year, to be honest with you. And I've got the documentation, Honorable Chair, to prove that. But the strategy going forward is to expedite the finalization without compromising on the process. We are halfway through the process of selecting the 5 members that will be the initial council members to serve on the committees, which will then make them to be functional in the institutions. And as I've reported in my previous presentation, the deadline is 31 March, but hopefully if we can, we will finish that process before that date. We did make a request to accommodate what the Honorable Chair has raised, to close the gap, because you don't want a vacuum in terms of the governance structures. And that was to ensure that there is no vacuum between the period that the new structures would come into place and the old structures would have been in place. Regrettably, that process has not yet been finalized, and as soon as that is finalized, then these two processes will then complement each other. Thank you, Honorable Zondo.
Last one, Chair. Elangen College, the principal there is having a security that is taking. I'm just checking, DDG. Are you satisfied, or is there any investigation to certify the department that the amount that is spent on the security personnel for the principal is fair?
No, thank you, Honorable Zondo. No, we have not done that assessment, but I'm aware that the council has requested another security assessment around the safety of the principal. But as for the amounts, again, we will not be saying it's fair or not fair, but we'll have to look how much have they spent on this, and we can only respond once we have seen how much has been spent on the principal security. And, issues of safety, I don't know, in terms of the price tag that is put there on an individual, but we'll have to look at that report, because they've now submitted a request for a review of the assessment that was done.
Yeah, the resolution we took on that one, Manzin, was that we're not going to say you must take away security Because if we do so and her life is taken, our hands would have been, or her blood would have been on our hands. But what we said was that because the concern was that the security assessment was done long time ago, redo it. And now it's what now? It's February, 5 months later. You're saying the council is doing that. Which worries me because even some of the issues that were raised there in KZN, they were raised in Free State early last year. You gave us a report, but if you go back to Free State, for an example, Honorable Khachau, if you go to, what is that TVET in Motel, there were issues raised about teachers who had sexually harassed students, and about 9 in total. 7 of them were still on campus. And if you go there today, nothing was done. So I'm worried about how the department does their oversight. It's as if, you see, the acting DG says, yeah, this report, we got it last minute, you know, so we could not really go through it. We send our program early in the year, and we tell you next week, you know, we're dealing with your performance. The performance, right? Yeah. That's what we're doing. We send it to you in January. And they said, first week of March, we're dealing with the performance of the department. And we want the report by Friday this week. Today is Wednesday. I hope that the report is getting ready because you will not send it to us on a Monday. We'll have a problem because we've sent you this thing latest second week of January and said to you, this is what we are going to be dealing with. On this day, we're dealing with this point. So the department, we're forcing you to do your jobs. And we must remind you, it's not about us. It's about millions of these kids out there. It's about respecting the taxpayer who pay for your salaries. You know, please, Honorable Souls.
Thank you, Chair. How many minutes do we have, Chair?
It's 15.
Hello, 15 minutes? 15. Okay. It's a refreshing sight, Chairperson. I see a chairperson with hair. For months I've been seeing a chairperson with no hair. But both of you are very capable. You know, I haven't been in the committee for a long time. I read through the presentations, Deputy Minister and DGG and the rest of the colleagues. And it seems to reveal a department that has mastered the art of responsive non-action, producing delayed reports, initiating processes and expressing commitment, but nothing really gets done on the ground for our students that endure dangerous conditions, and public funds are disappearing. So that's what it seems. I'm just going to ask a couple of questions to test this, and based on the responses, hopefully you will show that there's actually action taken. On the KZN CET, the council crisis, there is a statement on the presentation that looks a bit contradictory. Just allow me to understand it. The presentation contains 2 dates regarding Northern Cape CET as the interim council. It states their term expires October 2026, yet it claims also that it has already expired on the 31st of January 2025. Just provide an understanding for me on that contradiction in the presentation, please.
Noted, Honorable Sells, and apologies for the confusion. Northern Cape City College Council, as a council for Northern Cape City College, will expire in October of this year, 2026. It is the only council out of the 9 colleges that would expire this year. The rest of the 8 community college councils expired in October of last year. Then Minister used a section in the City Act where he appointed Northern Cape City College Council to oversee governance of all city colleges, which is the 8 that had expired, but then it would still continue as council of its own city college. In terms of that gazette of overseeing the additional 8 community college councils, that expired on the 31st of January this year. However, they still are responsible for governance of their own respective Northern Cape City College Council, which will only expire later this year. Thank you.
So why was an additional bullet point put on the same presentation that states a totally different date? Is that an intentional error? Is it sloppy preparation for the presentation? Because that's a material difference to say October 2026 and then right after that do an actual bullet point and say that the same council expired the 31st of January 2025.
Honorable South, perhaps not well presented, apologies for that, but it was to convey a message of the 2 roles that the college council is responsible for.
So that bullet point totally doesn't apply.
So I want to go to the exact.
It is slide number 5.
Oh, there.
That's a material difference there. Because what it would mean is, on the one end, you're saying it is expiring October, and for that reason, the minister is using Section 7A. But then right after that, you say it expired 31st January last year. You see.
Honorable Souls, it seems that you have the initial presentation, and I must apologize for that because the one that I put up, I put up here, the bullet point reads, the term of office of Northern Cape City College as an interim council expired on 31 January 2025.
Yes, what does that mean? That's the one I have.
Yes.
And
okay.
now explain it to me together with the bullet point right above.
Okay, the bullet point above indicates that the minister invoked Section 7A and B of the City Act because...
Acting DG, just so that we deal with time, just deal with appointed the Northern Cape CET College, whose term of office expires October 2026. Then the next bullet point speaks of the same and says the term of office of Northern Cape CET College as an interim council expired on the 31st of January. Just make me understand that, because it looks like a contradiction on first glance. Do you see?
I can see that.
Yeah.
I think what would have made these 2 bullets to read seamlessly would have been on the second bullet, if we had put in there as an interim council overseeing the 8 additional colleges.
I see. So what you are saying is that they have overseen the colleges, the 8 colleges before.
Yes.
And that first term expired January.
That's correct, Honorable.
Then they stopped. Then for until now, that's like about 13 months. Then for 13 months, they haven't done it, and now the minister is appointing them again.
No,
Is
Honorable
that what it means?
No. They've always been council for the past, this is their 5th year.
Yes.
So they've always been council for Northern Cape City College. They've always
Yes.
had a governance function for Northern Cape City
Yes.
College. So that is uninterrupted until October this year.
Yes.
So whilst they were being council for Northern Cape City College,
Yes.
the other 8 college councils, their term of office expired. The reason
Yes.
why they're not aligned with the other 8 is because for a period of 1 year, Northern Cape City College was under administration. So the governance function 4 years ago was overseen by an administrator.
Yes.
Then at the end of that administrator term, there was a council. The 8 colleges, all but Northern Cape, then expired in October last year.
Yes.
And Northern Cape City College was still continuing with their governance function because it's only expiring in October of this year.
So the October 2026 for Northern Cape is referring to council as in
Northern Cape.
Northern Cape, right? There at the
Yes.
institution. And the 31st January refers to their role as presiding over the 8.
Additional role that they have.
Hence, I'm asking now, if that's the case, you're saying that they exercised that power and that first term ended in 31st of January 2025. Not as council at the institution, but as the presiding over the 8. It ended in January 2025.
That is correct, yes. Mr. Mzoneli is waving at me. But your assertion is correct in terms of the gazette. Remember, there was a gazette issued by the minister. But okay,
Yeah, so, sorry, thanks.
You guys are going to take my whole 15 minutes.
Yeah, I want to save your time. It's
Yeah.
a typo. It's 2026, January 2026.
sorry, I didn't see that. My apologies. That's 2026, not 2025. So I'm looking at this as 2026 and I was presenting it as 2020. Now I understand the confusion.
For 5 minutes, gentlemen,
Apologies, Honorable Souls.
I don't blame you. You are acting DG. The people had to come in very fast.
My apologies. I didn't see that. It's 2026, not 2025. That's a typo.
Okay, so therefore there's a consideration for extension. Now the presentation makes sense. All right. You must beg the chair for more minutes for me now, DDJ.
I
When he
will on
comes.
your behalf, Honorable Souls.
When we consider the ghost employees one now for Elangeni, you identified 9.18 million in losses from ghost employees and irregular appointments in 2020, and then a case was opened in 2020, 5 years ago. Can you confirm whether a single cent has been recovered?
Honorable Souls, please, can I beg your indulgence? He's walking in, if you don't mind repeating that. The DDG responsible, DDG Zungu, he will be able to respond, and he was out at the time.
Okay. DDJ Zongo? One would think you missed me, but now when I speak, you rather leave me. It's DDG on the Ilangeni ghost employee element, 9.18 million of losses in ghost employees and irregular appointments. That was discovered in 2020. A case was opened 5 years ago. Is there any cent recovered?
Honorable Souls, not as yet, because the case is still ongoing. It has not been closed as yet. It is now sitting with the NPA, and it's part of the reasons as well that the principal is still under the protection, because the threats emanated after the course employees were then identified by the current principal at the college. So the case is still open. There hasn't been any recoveries as yet, Honorable Source.
Do you have any reason why it is taking 5 years and nothing has happened?
I wouldn't know why, but I know that it first started with SABS after a while, and then it moved to the NPA. So I wouldn't know the exact reasons why it has taken so
Okay,
long.
so that's on the criminal side. And on the civil side, has the department instituted any action to?
Yes, Honorable Source, because part of the reasons why there have been so many threats, because if you read on that slide, it says course employees that were identified, they were immediately suspended, and the discipline processes were also executed.
The ghost employees were suspended.
It's
Or
the course employees and those that were involved in the hiring.
But if they are ghost employees, how do you suspend ghost employees?
Well, ghost, Honorable Source, is not like invisible people. It says.
But it is people
who's
not actual employees.
Who are not actual employees.
Yes, how do you suspend a person who's not an actual employee?
It means that you remove them from the payroll, because it means there were people who were earning salaries, yet they were not really at work.
Yes, I know. DDG.
Yeah.
But you know I'm very slow. So you, instead of saying you suspended ghost employees.
Yeah, I'm sorry, it's a wrong terminology.
Yeah, because I remember my question was, what action did the department institute?
Yeah.
So then you say the action is you suspended ghost employees. But I get it now. You then removed the ghost employees, so they're no longer getting paid.
Yes.
Is there any action for recovery of the money that was lost?
The action, I think, because there were our officials that were involved.
Yeah.
And that is the case that is still on.
With the NPA?
With the NPA, yes.
5 years.
Yes.
Is there a way to get updates from the NPA? Because
we will, Honorable Source, try and get an update just to see why it has taken this long for that case to be closed.
Yeah.
Yes.
the other one, the UKZN, the Oval Residence contract scandal. Chair, when you were gone, people was taking my time and you couldn't protect me. Can you please add at least, hey, Chair, I was asking a question and then it took 5 minutes just to find that it was just a typo. But you weren't here, so you couldn't show your benevolence.
I'm taking my advice on the acting DDG of skills. When I told him, don't answer things when you're not there. So I can't answer on something I was not, I was not there. So, but let me just give you grace to ask maybe one or two questions.
Thank you, Chair. I will just ask one, the one that the UKZN Oval Residence issue. What you define it as a legal complexity. What is the legal complexity?
Chair, the issue is they've shut down the residence after an independent assessment because building plans were not approved. And the remedial works are going to cost money that they didn't have. So that, and there's money that was allocated. You know what, Honourable Stalls, I would actually ask Tiamo to respond on this.
Kamate-
You have much better knowledge of it than I do.
Yes, but very important is the legal complexity. My understanding is it refers to the prescription, the element of prescription. So talk to me on that as the legal complexity.
Um, uh, yeah, good afternoon, honorable members, DM, DHET management. Can I request through you, Chair, that I respond on the, not necessarily the legal complexities, because that has to do with that might be having to do with the issue of, yeah, and also lack of institutions to enter into triple Ps because of the complexities of triple Ps.
No, no. I must provide clarity so that you answer what
Yes,
I'm
thank you.
asking because you see, the senior council has advised that there's little prospect of success because of this legal complexity. And this legal complexity refers to the prescription. And so I want to understand the prescription element that the senior counsel is saying, now because of this legal complexity, there is little chance of success. So in other words, you must sit there and already decide you're going to lose money. Now we must unpack it to say, what was the thing? Who's to be blamed for this legal complexity? Who is to be blamed? Do you see what I'm saying? So that's what I want answer on.
Thank you, honorable member. So can I request that I summarize it? Because essentially this is about lack of capacity to enter into a triple P agreement. As a result, if you look at it, the institution back then in 2006, when they entered into an agreement, they entered into an agreement that did not favor them as an institution. So that's why in my response, I talked about lack of capacity to enter into triple P agreements.
The issue of prescription is that the institution did not sue for their money when this contractor left. They didn't sue in the legal deadline that the law gives in the Prescription Act of 3 years. So they did not sue within 3 years. They did nothing to these people that took from the university. They didn't sue. Now your senior counsel is saying because they didn't sue or do anything in 3 years, there's little prospect of them having legal recourse to get that money back. That's the legal complexity that you say to us it's a legal complexity, but it is non-action on the university's part. So I want to understand, is that the understanding, and do you concede that that's the case or not? Or is there something that I'm missing?
Chair, because the department was, this matter was brought to the attention of the department at the time when the university has taken decision to shut down the residence. The department at this stage does not have the specific information that you are looking for.
I'm getting it from you. You see, you are telling us. I just have a problem with when you tell it to us, you portray it as a legal complexity rather than saying they didn't sue within 3 years. And as a result, the law now says because you did not sue in 3 years, your legal counsel is saying there's little prospect of getting that money back. Now, who takes responsibility? What will the department do to those that has left this act of criminality to continue without acting for 3 years, and now the law says because you didn't act for 3 years, you can't do anything anymore? Do you see the dilemma? And in your presentation, you don't tell it to us like that. You just say legal complexity. So now that we agree that it's the negligence of the university, the department now has that. What is the department going to do to them for this gross act of negligence that costs the university millions? What are you going to do?
Are those the facts?
Yes, those are facts.
Okay, Deputy Minister, do you want to answer the question? So those are the facts. So the university either for negligence or lack of capacity, which is what my colleague is saying it is, failed in this project to hold the contractors accountable within the prescribed time. Honourable Souls, am I correct? No.
Maybe it's not wise.
That is what you are telling. That's not what I know. I don't have the information. But if that is the case, then we would need to ask the council what consequences are going to be put in place to manage that, to engage with those people who may or may not still be with the university. But it is the council of the university that needs to hold the university management to account.
Yeah, the problem is the department is not doing its job. So we went there on the 8th of October. And on the 8th of October, they said to us, the legal, this question was properly ventilated there. And we said to them, I personally, I said to them, somebody must be held accountable. Because you enter into a triple, in fact, I can even give you the facts now at the top of my head. What happened was, you entered into a triple P with me as a business person in 2006. And then the triple P was that I'm going to build you this product. And once it's done, you're going to pay me over, let's say 20 years. I'm making an example. You'll pay me over 20 years. Now, 2-3 years after, or after I've built this thing, you continue to pay me, but the first thing that happened there was that you did not give me what we had agreed on. Because what you had agreed on was that you are going to give me a building that is habitable. And this institution did not give you a certificate of occupancy. That is the first one. So why am I paying? Right? And then what do they then do? This Tebogo who built this thing then sells this debt to a bank. You agree, say, you're probably part of, that's what we said to them, we probably said, some of your people then went and said, sell this debt, take your money and leave, and then these people are now going to deal with the third party. Right? This is what happened there. Then the third party is now a bank. Says, I've bought the debt here. You owe me, you pay me 30 million a year. That's what that institution pays. Then we said to them, okay, the bank did not transact with the university, right? They transacted with somebody that claimed we owe them. So we don't have an issue with the bank as an institution. But this person sold us something that we did not sign up for. In fact, within 3 years, the municipality comes and says, you don't have I can't issue a certificate of occupancy. Take out the kids. The university sits down and does not pursue this person who has brought them something that is not on the contract. Because the contract would have said, I am going to pay you 50 rands a month if you build me this student accommodation. Then you come, I build you a shack. And then you come and say, because I had signed, I've got no prospect of success. We told them, even myself, I'm not a lawyer. I told them there in that meeting that I'm not a lawyer, but whoever has drafted this contract that says, whatever you build, I'm going to take, even though it does not meet the minimum norms and standard, I'm going to take. That person, even today, would be in jail if I was in charge of that institution. That person would have been in charge. I told them last year. And I said, you must go and then find this person who drafted this document. That person might have been a legal person working for an institution, and I can't falter there, cancel much. Because council might have relied on the legal advice that they got from the institute that this contract is good. And this contract was flawed. But the council should have acted, we must falter them, on not acting against that company that brought them a bad stuff, or a person from the university who agreed to sign or who advised us to sign this thing. So that is what happened. But now, what worries me here is that you guys, 3 months, 5 months later, are now asking for feedback. This is what the meeting is about. You are telling us about the same. By the way, you don't even understand the problem itself, which suggests that you are not doing this oversight. So once you are done with an institution, you are done with us. You leave. Because you should be coming and say, we have ventilated this matter with the institution, and this is what was said in the meeting. We have agreed or disagreed with them here. They've given us the legal opinion of a senior counsel that they got at the time. We have looked at it internally at the department, and unfortunately, we agree with them, or we disagree, whatever. But you come here, and you don't even understand the problem. I allowed Honorable Souls to continue, just to make the point that when we leave an institution, the people from the department, you want to live with us. And you don't go back and do oversight. Because, by the way, I said in January we wrote to them on challenging them on some of the issues they've reported to us. If I can give them to you here, you'll be shocked yourself. We said when we left there, Honorable Soul, there's a guy called Lovemore Kumalo who was hired as a person, but this person brought his company and was paid, instead of a salary, was paid consultancy fees. More than 7 times, 8 times what the previous person was getting for that position, without a competitive process. So you bring this, or no, what is this favorite word? Headhunting. You have headhunted him. You headhunt him as an individual. Then you pay him as a company. And he brings his whole team. He takes who's that one that he took to Howard College? Ndlovu, I can't remember now. But he took somebody now to go do without a process. If I can ask you a question there, what have you done? Because they wrote to us something that I've realized we're going to have a long year with them. But if I can ask you as a department, how far are you? Because those are public funds, Tande. Public, we can't, I don't think, no, we can't take, we pay you 1.7 million per annum. Then you resign. We bring Honorable Khabo, who says, Honorable, we advertise, Khabo does not apply. That's the first thing. Doesn't apply, right? Then we say, no, from these people who have applied, we don't get a suitable candidate. We then go to Khabo and say, Khabo, we're headhunting you. So if Khabo is so special, he believes that that's for him. He could have applied, number one. He doesn't apply. Then you say, Khabo, okay, sharp. Honorable Ngobani was earning 1.7. We'll give you 1.9. Agreed? Agreed. Then Khabo says, no, okay, fine, I'll sign. But I don't want 1.9. I want to bring my whole team. I've looked at this thing. Your whole structure is wrong. I'm bringing a company. So you did not advertise for a company of security. You headhunted a person. You don't say, because Khabo says, we're now going to pay him 7 million a month. And it's business, it must be business as usual. So we've asked them questions there. It's not there on your presentation. That's why I was saying I'm giving you 3 out of 10. Because there's a lot there. I hope we're left with Honorable, we must go through the House, Honorable Law. None of them, these members, have asked you about 40. It means I thought I was not going to ask. They have not asked you sufficiently about 40 because even your responses on 40, they are quiet. They are quiet. They are not telling us how are we bringing stability at that institution. And I've told you, you have not convinced me otherwise. The vice chancellor there, as was sitting now, you are paying a salary from a contract that should not even exist. That is against their own statute. That statute that is governed by your own Higher Education Act. And I don't know what you are saying there. I'm not hearing you. Honorable Law, must I take your, maybe
No, thank
10,
you.
10 minutes? Must I give you 10 minutes? I know last week you did not ask
No,
questions.
I'm going to ask for 15 minutes as
Okay,
my
sure.
members have asked, because I think these are critical issues that are affecting our students. And I think one was part of the oversight where issues were raised, and I think it will be prudent that we deal with issues enormously. I don't buy the fact that the department did not go and do feedback or implementation plan, because in a public administrative sector of an institution, you know where there are discrepancies or where they've seen that there are inefficiencies. You are ought to go and correct. For example, the AGSA, as per the GREP Standard 101, they are very clear in terms of how they deal with recommendations with regard to inefficiencies and how do we align governance to be aligned based on the Act and based on the effectiveness on the APPs and your key performance management administrative contracts that give effect as to what is expected to each manager and how do we therefore pay you, because each chair, each APP is aligned to a managerial performance contract. That is key indicators that seeks to tell us what are they going to attain, and failure to do so, the managers must be therefore be fired or be taken to DC. So I'm not quite content as to what is the department applying with regard to public administration, would come into the issues of consequence management and making sure that they instill a code of conduct of the department, so that we're able to not get, I don't know, we never did that. And what is also concerning is the fact that we would have given them 3 months. You know, when we are giving you 3 months, it means immediately when a parliament, well, the last one, there's no international parliament besides ourselves. I don't know why you're not scared that we're dealing with laws and we're able to deal with issues of oversight, robustly so. I want to be practical, Chair. We have said we're giving the department 3 months to come and inculate issues according to how they've been raised by the students. Now, I've came to conclusion to say they don't take the lives of our students seriously, they don't take their work seriously, and there is no follow-up meetings that sit to the department and say, look, Parliament was here, what becomes a roundtable discussion to therefore align what they've raised as mitigating factors and therefore respond prior to 3 months. And when you arrive here, we arrive in a way that says that no, we have dealt with 20 out of your issues. Now 10 are long-term issues that needs a plan and that needs you to amend the APP, because we could have seen this particular. But none of the presentations are saying to us, we have progressed in about, out of 100%, we are at 40% on student issues. I want to make an example, Chair. We would have identified to say an Africa complex residence, it's unsafe for learners, students to live on it, and we would have said it should be repaired and decommissioned. Now, the first criteria, the first critical thing I've identified is that, do we take the lives of students serious? Can the department maybe tell me, do they have a report on this particular building because it was deteriorated? It was not in a condition where it can handle or it can accommodate the students for them to be there. Because we would have said that due to the assessment we've made, it really needs to be decommissioned or it must be repaired accordingly, and the student must be moved immediately out of the building. I want to ask the department, acting DG, and did you get a report on that particular? Where did you do immediately when we left? After that, we have left that complex, that residence.
Noted. Thank you, Honorable Low. Please do allow me to ask Prof. Lewin. I did not get a report from since I've started acting, but maybe Prof. Lewin would be able to respond.
excuse me for this. I'm to be handing over to Tiamo, but I am at a serious disadvantage here because I personally was not at any of these meetings, and I do not have a handover report in any way whatsoever on any of these matters. What I do have is information from the universities, and I'm happy to speak to that, and I will speak to that. But on that specific question, I'm going to ask Tiamo to answer.
Thank you, DDG. The department was provided with a report by the university, a technical report. I presume that's what the honorable member is asking about, related to the conditions of the building, and that led to the university taking a decision to vacate that residence and shut it down, and that was in 2020. So.
No. It's not in 2020. Africa Complex Residence, when we went to do oversight, we have said to the university, remove the children there because it's not safe. The one there in the oversight report, check your report and your facts.
No, my apologies. I thought you were talking about Oval student
No,
residence.
I'm not.
KZN.
I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm clear. I'm talking about the oversight. I've cited what I'm talking about.
Sorry, Chair. I didn't realize you were talking about UniZulu either, Africa Complex. But in the report, we've said that they have now decommissioned and vacated it, which they did after your visit, according to the report that we have from the university.
Okay. No, I did make mention of Africa Complex Residence and I gave a deep background on the conditions of that particular residence. So I'll also want to check, we would have went there with regard to the self-catering at Richards Bay campus. And then I would want to make follow-up on the commitment from the university. Did you get a report on the self-catering?
Yes, honourable member, we did. And they spent December refurbishing and stocking those residences as per the request from the portfolio committee.
Thank you very much. I'll also want to move to Elangeni TVET colleges. And then on the 7.38 million irregular appointments and 1.8 million of ghost employees, I would want to pose to say how many officials were suspended, dismissed, or subjected to final written warnings in relation to the ghost employee irregular appointment in these findings.
Thank you, Honorable Low. I can establish the number of employees that were subjected to disciplinary processes before end of this meeting, that I can be able to supply you that.
The follow-up question, has the NPA issued a decision to prosecute, decline, or request further investigation on the matter? What is the status of the matter?
Honorable Low, I think I have indicated earlier on that the matter is sitting with the NPA, and Honorable Souls wanted an update on that particular matter and also why it has taken so long. So that's a response that we will wish to supply in writing, Honorable Law.
You, in my last follow-up, you don't know who could have appointed the ghost employees, possibly?
It's the employees that have been already been dismissed and or suspended without having their names on top of my head, Honorable Law.
No, thanks. I'm asking this so that I'm able to get a brief report that is detailed with regard to the case so that one can be able to make follow-ups, because this is quite serious. When we need money to do accommodation and deal with student affairs and learning and teaching, we can't be having such discrepancies with regard to that. I'm moving to slide 8 on the presentation. Can the department provide timeframes for infrastructure turnaround improvements under enhanced monitoring framework? And then in addition to that, they must also indicate how many students are currently placed in uncredited private accommodation.
Chair, through you, Chair, which slide are you talking about? Chair, slide 8, because slide 8 is about Fort Hare, is that correct?
Yes, sorry, it's 14.
The slide that I have is about stakeholder engagement at Fort Hare.
No, it's not for the, I'm at Mfolozi, I'm at Elangen TVET
Oh, I
College, slide
apologize.
number 8, sorry, it is my notes. Slide number 8, in your presentation, you should provide frames for infrastructure turnaround improvements under enhanced monitoring framework. You should also state to us how many unaccredited private accommodation do you have?
Honorable Law, I think we can provide that information from the college because I don't have it from the top of my head. But the information in terms of the accredited private accommodation, we will have to source it from NSFAS as they are the ones who are responsible for the accreditation. I think the Honorable DM was indicating that we now have that social compact because institutions must also be involved in these particular processes. So we will source that information from NSFAS as to how many are those that are involved in that Elangeni TVET College.
What is your turnaround time for infrastructure improvements under the enhanced monitoring framework?
Well, Honorable Law, I think the improvement of the infrastructure, of course, is an ongoing process. The colleagues from the planning will probably be in a better position in terms of how many or how much time do we need. But at this point in time, we rely on the availability of resources that will guide how much how much improvements we can be able to do. But I think from the infrastructure report from planning, we should be in a position to tell in terms of the turnaround time.
I think it is quite enormous, Chair, that when we have the department to arrive here, they must know we're measuring. We're using smart principles to measure tangible, reliable, and then they must be able to give feedback as to are they implying to the ground. So it is quite enormous that we receive that information so that we don't repetitively ask questions time and again, and we make our own analysis because we do read and go through these particular questions. I would want to move to KZN and University for the which we've seen their financial exposure are not quantified, no carried on performance guarantees on retention of money, no timeline for project completion, and then backlisting under considering is not yet implemented. And also, there is no indication of civil recovery action. My first question, I want to cite under the prescription of Act 68 of 1969, the Risk Act. My first question will be, why were prescription periods allowed to lapse for both universities?
Thank you, DDG. Honorable Member, at this stage, I'm afraid the department does not have that specific information. So we will need to, DDG, request that we respond in writing. Thank you.
The department must have that because when you speak of risk management, they go intertwined with audit management because when you do audit, you must first know your risks as a company to say if you're not able to perform, what therefore becomes your risk factors that you could have preempted so that when you deviate in there, as per the audit procedures, you deviate based on your risk management factors we submitted to the department that gives effect to any, when you fall off, we utilize risk management, you utilize the audit as audit action plan. So I don't know when you say you don't have them, what does it mean? Because dealing with risk and infrastructure is your day-to-day problems and backlogs that confronts our people daily. So I'm citing the Act because the Act provisionally makes you to understand what becomes an effective way to be responsive to that.
Chair, through you, Chair. I definitely don't have this information available. We will find it out, but I do want to just reassure the honourable member that unfortunately the people in the department who deal with infrastructure and infrastructure reporting are not here today. I'm sorry, I do not have that information.
Sorry. I don't want to hear what's not here.
Provide.
Wait, switch off the mic, please. I'm not saying who's not here. When you are dealing with risk management, it should be a managemental issue. You should know what are the risks pertaining the issues confronting ourselves. Hence, I'm saying by law, any senior manager who comes to parliament or go to an institution must be able to identify the risk factors because you can't take it away from the audit action plans and the audit imperatives because they go hand in glove. When you do planning, you will risk first as to what are the factors for me not to succeed. That's why there's a risk factor planning And that's why there's a risk unit in the department. And then when you are done that, you align your risk as per the situation. Now, in this situation where you are not able to give directive, I'm saying it's unlike the department not understanding what are the other imperatives on the department that are expected from them to be able to play their oversight in the ground side of the institutions. So it becomes very difficult because in most of my questions, I would have wanted to go through a sequence and made follow-up so I can get feedback because I would have made notes. But it becomes difficult when we must go and check, must report in writing. It means that I would want to echo the same sentiments because I would want to make a follow-up check that says that was there any internal negligence in monitoring claim timelines? Was there any quantum of potential loss? How do I continue when there's no any other information with regard to that? And when we went to oversight, the backlogs of infrastructure were a demise to our side. Now, it is expected that immediately when we move as a department, we should know what troubles, what are the issues that we can deal with so that we are able to know the ones that are short term we respond to, the ones that are long term we respond to. So those are the things that I want to put to the department. The capacitation of ourselves with regard to issues and to be inclined with how we are dealing with issues. We should be more informative because of we will ask questions based on what is related to each other. And we're asking related questions based on the fact that the X prescribes and transcribes that we worked intertwined with that particular thing. So that is my concern, Chair. I'll also want to move to to I've seen there's a the last one because Khaleke Omanya. The department has made it to Omang Che. The last question and then is that what is the total financial exposure relating to the abandoned 100-bed residents, and were performance guarantees, retention funds, or bonds enforced upon contractor termination? Thanks.
The question, the latter part of your input is the question, Honourable Member.
My
about
last
the 100-bed residents.
Yes, yes.
Thank you. Well, I'll see if Ntiamo can answer that. Thanks.
Honorable Member, that's also part of the operational information which we don't have as a department. So we'll get it from the university. Thank you.
You see, that's my problem. These were the critical problems identified during the oversight. And the department could have known how do you therefore make follow-up. So when you come here, you must know your loopholes. You don't come just like king. Now we are like, yeah, we're going to pray. We can't.
Chairperson-
Wait. You have been consistently wanting to distract me, and I've been trying to respect and not wanting to say, this is my time, and I've asked the chairs granted me to speak. These 100 beds that were abandoned were raised in oversight. We don't expect us to say we don't have information, we have information. That means the students are left in nowhere to be found. That we should know what therefore becomes our mitigating factors on critical issues that are important, that are enormous. We should prioritize our student issues. How?
When I started, I said, I'm giving the department 3 out of 10. And I said to you guys, you'll see why. Where's Braupada? He's out. Has he left? He left. That also defeats the purpose. Because we wanted to say to you, Deputy Minister, this is what we are dealing with. And wanted to give you as the Deputy Minister, but also the Acting Chief of Staff in the Office of the Minister, for both of you to have a single report. When we say, in fact, these members in September, they said the Department of Higher Education is under administration or should be under administration. And I'm hoping that every day you'll see why. Because the allegations are that we as these members of higher education were hired guns. We don't know what we are doing. We're always fighting. We don't want the ministers. We don't want the officials in the department. These are the allegations that when people are seated where they are, they make about us. Hired guns. But these members are elected by constituencies where they come from. And these members are supposed to be the first defendants of the people of, or the people in the sector. Students, lecturers that Honorable Ngubane spoke about, they must raise those issues. But we must also protect the state money that today the Minister of Finance is going to say, this will be the budget that I'm going to give to higher education. And we're expecting him to tell us, I'm going to give you this much to build 5 new campuses, probably of universities, University of Ekurhuleni, TVET colleges, in this corner and that corner. And we are going to debate in 2-3 weeks. We're going to debate that budget, whether we accept it or not, based on the APP that the department must bring. Last year, the department brought us an APP. We told them this budget, this APP, lacks what you call smart principles. We can't accept it. We told them. They thought we were joking. Went Madala side to present it to Parliament. Next week, we're dealing with that performance of that APP. I'm told on corridors that the department, outside of the formal processes, tried to change that APP. Because there are entities who believe the APP has been changed. And I told them, you can only change the APP one way, legislatively. You don't do your own things in corners at night, on Friday night, in a shebeen. Must go through legal processes. So this department is a headache. When we wake up early in the morning, people probably think we wake up because we want to go run in the morning. It's because we have sleepless nights. When we think about the department, we have sleepless nights. And this is why. So we're going to have to do something. So what we're going to do, members, I'm going to look at our program. And I'm going to send you a draft because we're going to change this program. The way it is, it's not going to help us with this non-responsive department. If we're not careful, we're going to preside over a department that has people in it who just get a salary. So we're going to change the program. We want to send you. The meeting next week will continue, and maybe the week after, the 11th. After that, we might need to look at what are we doing, because we can't have this situation where the left hand of the department doesn't know what the right hand of the department is doing and who suffers in the process. The students, these lectures, and all of that. So this is how we're going to close this matter. Then there was a view, I was hoping you members were going to deal with it, that we must write to City Press indicating our dissatisfaction with how their journalists decided to characterize us. And in fact, if you read the body, says you are nothing but operation to Dula people. You can't reason. That's what they are saying. So there's a view that we must, Honorable Khabo.
No, Chairperson, unfortunately, I could not exploit my 15 minutes to entertain the issue of city press. But not that I don't agree with the proposal to take it head on. In fact, I fully support the proposal of Honorable Kaukau that we should take city press to task. Not only a right to reply, but to a large extent, they must clarify their posture. Are they confirming what we are suspecting? Are we a bunch of fools like our interpretation of what the person has written? So I fully support the proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other dissenting view? Okay, we'll do so. The issue of College of Cape Town, the principal of CET in Kwazulu Natal, and many others in the system who use the state resources to take us to courts and all of that, it's something we must deal with. In fact, there's also a tendency of some institutes like College of Cape Town. When we asked them questions in November, if you remember, they wrote to us through lawyers. And we told them they must not play. Then they wrote to the ethics committee, firstly I think about Honorable Souls, and whilst we were still digesting that, they wrote about all of they wrote about all of us using lawyers. So somebody is paying a student at College of Cape Town money that we give them to educate our people. They take them and eat them with their lawyers using those things. Then Construction City also wrote to us. We asked them questions, said, is this what you have confirmed? Can you confirm? They then wrote to us through lawyers as well. So this usage of lawyers in the system, honestly, it's something that I think we must put our heads together, members, put together a letter to the ministry for them to clarify how are they going to safeguard the state purse. Because I honestly think that there's what we call money laundering using this process. And I said so last year. People thought I was crazy until we went to UL. And UL said, we're just appointing people without a process. Somebody was calling, hey, Souls, give us an opinion, go represent us in court. 13 million. No process, no competitive process. That's what they said to us. And it's what, if you remember it, alleged earlier that people are saying, you are using these things to siphon money out of the institution. So we'll close it that way, members. Honorable Khabo.
My apology, Chairperson. Ordinarily, I would not do that. But now, because of you have raised the issue of reviewing the program, I would plead with you to consider including TVETs and universities that we have visited in the past 2 years. Funny enough, most of these TVETs that we have visited them before, I'll give you a practical example of Taletso TVET College in the Northwest. None of the issues that we have raised have been resolved. So I'd plead with you, as and when we are dealing with the review, to make an assessment as to whether all of these issues and all of these institutions that we have visited, have they complied. Amongst others is this one of Bloemfontein, Motel TVET College. Quite problematic, and nothing is coming forth in terms of responding to our issues. Hence, I'm pleading with you in that context. Thank you very much.
No, it's something. I mean, Salt Lake University, for an example, same problems, and many others. I think it's something that we'll consider. The term is left with maybe a few weeks, so we might not have everybody. But definitely in the next term, we want to meet as many entities as possible. But it will not, just tick box exercise won't help us. That you are meeting everybody, but after meeting them, there are no changes. So we might need to do that, and it's something that I will obviously give you guys. There are suggestions that you had made in December on who must we bring, but because of time, we could not bring everybody. So when we do this reshuffling of the program, we'll look at that. Minister, Deputy Minister, I'm reviewing my moderation. At the beginning of the meeting, I said it was 3 out of 10. I think we're lucky to get 1.5 out of 10 for this presentation. It was terrible. It must never happen again where the department gives us this thing. And part of what we will then do here, we'll also look at the recommendations we've given you in Free State, in the Northwest, in Gauteng, in KZN, all of them. And we're going to do an assessment on whether the department is really doing its job in helping in improving the lives of our people. Because we can't use state resources to travel all over. These members travel, I mean, in Eastern Cape, in 1 week, these members traveled over 1,600 kilometers on road. Yeah, on the road, 1,600 kilometers in 5 days. For what? When there are no changes. So I want to close the meeting that way. We're very disappointed. We'll deal with the minutes next week, members. Thank you very much. The